named it after him. The Mercer legacy is secure.
Sure.
And all he had to do was die.
Yeah, that's a lot less work.
We ought to give it a try. Now how you gonna get your debt plan through?
I guess I'm gonna finally have to listen to you.
Really?
Talk less, smile more, do whatever it takes to get my plan on the Congress floor.
Now Madison and Jefferson are merciless.
Well, hate the sin, love the sinner.
Hamilton.
I'm sorry, Burr, I gotta go.
But
decisions are happening over dinner.
two Virginians and an immigrant walk into a room diametrically opposed foes. They emerge with a compromise, having opened doors that were previously closed. The immigrant emerges with unprecedented financial power, a system he can shape however he wants. The Virginians emerge with the nation's capital. And here's the pièce de résistance. No one else was in the room where it happened, the room where it happened, the room where it happened. No one else was in the room where it happened, the room where it happened, the room where it happened. No one really knows how the game is played, the art of the trade, how the sausage gets made. We just assume that it happens, but no one else is in the room where it happens. Thomas claims
Alexander was on Washington's doorstep one day in distress and disarray.
Thomas claims
Alexander said,
I've nowhere else to turn.
and basically begged me to join the fray.
Thomas claims
I approached Madison and said, I know you hate him, but let's hear what he has to say.
Thomas claims
Well, I arranged the meeting. I arranged the menu, the venue, the seating.
But no one else was in the room where it happened, the room where it happened, the room where it happened. No one else was in the room where it happened, the room where it happened, the room where it happened. No one really knows how the parties get to yes. The pieces that are sacrificed in every game of chess. We just assume that it happens, but no one else is in the room where it happens. Meanwhile, Madison is grappling with the fact that not every issue can be settled by committee. Meanwhile, Congress is fighting over where to put the capital. It isn't pretty. Then Jefferson approaches with the dinner and invite, and Madison responds with Virginian insight.
Maybe we can solve one problem with another and win a victory for the Southerners. In other words,
Ho, ho.
a quid pro quo.
I suppose.
Wouldn't you like to work a little closer to home?
Actually, I would.
Well, I propose the Potomac.
And you'll provide him his votes.
Well, we'll see how it goes.
Let's go.
No. What else was in the room where it happened? The room where it happened. The room where it happened. No one else was in the room where it happened. The room where it happened. The room where it happened. My God, in God we trust, but we never really know what got discussed. Click, boom, and it happened. And no one else is in the room where it happened. Alexander Hamilton. What did they say to you to get you to sail New York City down the river? Alexander Hamilton. Did Washington know about the dinner? Was there presidential pressure to deliver? Alexander Hamilton. Or did you know even then it doesn't matter where you put the U.S. Capitol?
Cause we'll have the banks, we're in the same spot.
You got more than you gave.
And I wanted what I got. When you got skin in the game, you stay in the game. But you don't get a win unless you play in the game. Oh, you get love for it, you get hate for it, you get nothing if you wait for it, wait for it, wait. God help and forgive me, I wanna build something that's gonna outlive me. What do you want, Bert? What do you want, Bert? If you stand for nothing, Bert, what do you fall for?
I wanna be in the room where it happens, the room where it happens. I wanna be in the room where it happens, the room where it happens. I wanna be in the room where it happens. I wanna be in the room where it happens, the room where it happens. I wanna be in the room where it happens, the room where it happens. I wanna be in the room where it happens. I've got to be in the room where it happens. That big old room. The art of the compromise. Hold your nose and close your eyes. You wanna lead us to save the day.
All right, good morning. What's good, everybody? Dr. Katz 11 just came in to say, how dare you, sir? I've been killing it with spirits in modern, and here you are on our fishy cousins. Yo, so I actually have seen that. You've been doing pretty well, like a bunch of like 5-0s here and there. And I've heard that you've also gotten a bunch of 4-1s with Spirits in Modern, which is pretty exciting stuff. What I actually did to see today's stream was just a quick poll on Twitter. And the options that I gave were tribal options that I don't normally play through all the formats. So it was, well, Explorer Spirits. That is a deck that we play all the time. But it was Explorer Spirits versus Pioneer Elves versus Modern Merfolk, which is Legacy Goblins. All of which get to take advantage of one of the new lords, right? Like this deck, for example, we'll be talking about because we'll be playing it, but it's got 4 Vodalian Hexcatchers. The Legacy Goblins list has 4 copies of the Runvelt Horde Master, and the Pioneer Elves list has the, what is it called? Leaf Crown Visionary. So we kind of wanted to see which of the new lords we really wanted to take advantage of, and Vodalian Hexcatcher ended up being the thing for today. But, like I said, I have seen that you've been absolutely killing it with Spirits, which is, well, amazing. And now that I actually have more of a reason to want to play Modern, like, don't worry, I'm on it. Like, we're doing something here. What I wanted to do with my specific Spirits list, though, was to go back to playing Giver of Runes, given how much Ren and 6 is in the format. And I wanted to play some number of Lavinia, Azorius Renegade. I don't know that I only want 2 of that effect. I might actually want to play a 3rd. So, the next time that I play Modern with real stakes, that is going to be a thing that we actually end up doing and talking about, so that we can go ahead and do that. So let's go ahead and go over this list, and then yeah, we can totally talk about like even your Spirits list, because like I said, I'm pretty interested in seeing what's been doing all of this winning in Modern on your end, because I just haven't really been playing Modern anyway. Oh, also, that's probably a little bit loud. There we go. Yeah, so this Merfolk list is honestly relatively simple, right? Like, we've got a giant pile of islands, 4 Cavernous Souls, 4 Mutavaults, and then 1 Otuaro to make 19 real lands. We complement that by playing 3 Glassbowl Mimics, so that we have 22 effective lands. And I think I like Glassbowl Mimic in Merfolk more than I would in a deck like Spirits, just because, like, I have played this card in Spirits before, and I probably will again, but I think it's most effective in a list like this that just has a crap ton of lords. Like, you have 12 lord effects in the main, and subtlety in the main as well. So if you need to, like, you know, copy a counter spell effectively, you can do that. If you need to, like, just overwhelm your opponent with power and toughness, you can do that. A lot like I'm doing in Legacy, this list gets to play 4 Tideshapers here, but also 2 copies of Rashad and Dockhand. The tapping land mode is nice, but more importantly, you get a 1/2 creature on turn 1. So you have something that can just attack, has Island Walk naturally, and isn't affected by Ren and 6 by itself. All of which is really nice. Complementing the subtleties are also going to be 3 copies of Force and Negation, so that's going to be really good. And then 4 copies of Svelune of Sea and Sky. Stream won't load, but I'm assuming you got a laugh out of that. Oh man, let's see what's going on Twitch then. I'm going to open up like an incognito. Oh, bad connection at work. Okay. Well, thank you so much. And looking forward to seeing you at another point in time then. So, not sure of what's going on with your work connection. It's probably the same thing as mine, where it's just like ultra slow all the time. So I won't open up another window there. And then our sideboard is going to have a lot of stuff to kind of help complement the good defenses that we already have set up through our free interaction here. We've got 2 Flusterstorm, primarily for the Cascade decks, but they also have great accidental play against decks like Burn. We have a copy of Spreading Seas to complement the 4 Tideshapers. I think I'm only going to want to start with 1, but like that might end up not being correct later. We'll see. We've got 3 copies of Mystical Dispute, and this has a lot of jobs right now. Like, countering Teferi is pretty important against a lot of decks because we have the subtleties and Force and Negations. And 1 mana to counter a Teferi Time Raveler that both bounces our creatures and stops our counter spells, I think is a pretty big deal. I've got 2 copies of Kira Great Glass Spinner here, and of course she's not a Merfolk, but she is really good. Protecting yourselves from removals from things like Unholy Heat, Lightning Bolt, Fatal Push, Cut Down, all of those things is going to end up being pretty good, and we've seen how good she is in Spirits before. What up, Brandon? Real big fan of your work. Would like to thanks for primers and guides. Help me bag a spot at the face-to-face regionals with Spirits. Nice. Glad to see y'all doing a thing up there in Canada. I am aware of that place. We've got 2 copies of Dismember here. 2 copies of Unlicensed Hearse. Primarily, this will have things like the Murktide Regent decks and the Living End decks names all over them, but they also have a lot of play against things like Persisting Archons of Cruelty, things like that. So there will be a lot of spots where you really just want to use Unlicensed Hearse. And if you catch your opponent actually playing Dredge, you'll be glad for the hate. And then 3 copies of Chalice and Void. Again, their best function is going to be against things like Cascade decks, but Chalice on 1 can help wreck a lot of decks. It'll help wreck like Murktide Regent in their removal. It'll help all of the Rakdos mid-range decks with all of their Ephemerate effects, but also their removal like Fatal Push, Lightning Bolt, Unholy Heat, things like that, because they play most of their deck costs 1. So I'm really looking forward to that being a thing. And then, of course, the big deal. We're playing 4 copies of Vodalian Hexcatcher, the newest lord for Merfolk from Dominaria United. And this thing's pretty sick. It's 2 mana for a 1/1 flash. Other Merfolks get +1, and then you sacrifice any Merfolk to counter target non-creature spell unless its controller pays 1. So it's effectively turning all of your creatures into Curse Catchers, which is, I almost said Hex Catchers. But it turns all your creatures into Curse Catchers, which is already really sick. Like, we've got a giant pile of Merfolk, and if your opponent's trying to resolve like a Living End or a Crashing Footfalls, then life is going to get pretty difficult for just them. Excuse me. Okay. Having a little bit of an allergy day too, so like I ended up taking some allergy medicine, and you know how that goes. So I'm hoping that actually kicks in like the next half an hour to an hour, because I don't want to be miserable and sniffly while talking to y'all. But whether you're on YouTube or on Twitch, either way, you'll be able to type in !deck with no space to see today's deck list while we're playing throughout the league. So what we're going to do real quick is go ahead and just, you know, jump into a 5-match league, play this deck, and I'm hoping it performs pretty well, because I very clearly like doing weird, random tribal things, and of course, Spirits is the highlight of this channel, but we do like playing all kinds of other stuff here. So I am going to go ahead and assume that I need to actually buy ticks, because I haven't really been playing Magic Online. Whoops. So that we can go ahead and start playing. So I'm going to go ahead and simply do this real fast while I do that. And then we'll jump right in. Here's this. Here's this. And now we'll slide over to Modern. Boop. And round 1 fight. Let's go. So, what matchups do I want to see as Merfolk with the Hexcatchers, right? I think the primary matchups that I do want to see are gonna be the Cascade decks, right? Like the Living End, the Crashing Footfalls, or even the more spell-based combo decks like Indomitable Creativity. All of the decks that Hexcatcher is actively good against. The decks that I don't necessarily think I want to see are gonna be the just like the giant removal piles, right? Like 4-color is annoying, even if we can beat it. Like they still just have giant piles of removal. Red-black Scam is likely a deck that I don't want to face, since in game 1, if I play Aether Vial and they'd like double grief me, they do have the ability to take away all of the threats from our hand. You know, if they just kind of catch us slipping, right? What else do I not really want to see? I think blue-white control is fine for this deck, since we play all 4 Mutavaults and like a bunch of counter spells. But I don't know that I would necessarily prefer to see it without a Selfless Spirit type of effect existing in Merfolk. Luckily, blue-white control by itself is just like all the way on the down tick because of how bad it is against 4-color. So that might just end up like not being a relevant thing. So we're going to be playing against Punt Then Wine. And this is a name that I've seen before, so Hello, person. We're on the play. We will like to play first. That part's always nice. And our hand is actually not bad, right? Like, we've got 1 drop, 2 drop, 3 drop, and then a Lord of Atlantis. And we see Jegantha. So I don't know whether Jegantha for them means that they're playing Shadow, or they could be playing, let's see, Shadow plays Jegantha, Tron plays Jegantha. What else plays Jegantha in this format? Black-red? Well, they're not Scam because Grief is double black. So this is most likely a Death Shadow deck then. And all things considered, I think we actually are okay against this. Like, I already have a blocker against the Rags, which is nice, and I'll be able to produce another blocker that I don't necessarily care about in the Silver Gale Adept. So we're going to go ahead, cast this immediately, show them the Lord of Atlantis, and then we can go ahead and draw our card. That's actually a pretty good draw. I would prefer a land, but I'm going to go ahead and hold back both blockers in case of a removal spell too. So ideally, they just go ahead and attack, only have 1 removal spell, and I can block Rags with whichever other creature is here. If they have double removal spell for 1 mana each, then yeah, that sucks. A Ravenous Squirrel. Yo, my God, we are doing some cool shit today. Okay, understood, opponent. And Springleaf Drum. Okay, so this is not your typical sacrifice deck. I'm sorry, not your typical Jund Shadow deck. This is definitely like some BS happening, and I'm kind of here for some BS. And Witch's Oven. Okay. So this is annoying, but still somewhat palatable. Cavern of Souls is actively fantastic, because now I can cast my Svelune, and in the event of Mayhem Devil happening here, I've got an indestructible Svelune, and these things have ward, so now I can actually just kind of chill for another turn here. So the Ravenous Squirrel can get large to the point of being completely out of hand, and honestly, that'll be annoying if it happens. But I've got some good stuff going for me currently. So what's this? And this smells like a Mayhem Devil being cast? Which I don't really know that I care about right now. It is a Mayhem Devil, okay. So they can't really target my creatures effectively because I've got Svelune on the table. And if they want to grow this to a 2/2 by sacking the Mishra's Bauble, that is on the table. This is actually not that bad. Because, like, they could still go ahead, sacrifice, and ping my life total, which is fine. And I'll actually compliment my opponent because this is kind of cool. There. So I just told my opponent, not gonna lie, this is kind of cool to see in Modern, because I do believe that. And, like, Ravenous Squirrel is... Honestly, this thing's like a hell of a Magic card. So, I can block you relatively safely with Svelune. And if it turns out they have a bunch of other stuff, I actually don't mind. Yeah, because they can grow once here, once by sacrificing Rags. This can become a 3/3 and still dies to Svelune. And they can't really ping off both of these because of the Ward 1 before Svelune can do his thing. Okay. So now they can sacrifice the Bauble and ping one of these to make me lose the Indestructible. But even that is still not actually going to be able to do all of the cool things, you know? Okay, Silver got up down. So now they can sacrifice exactly one more thing to still have the squirrel die. Yeah. So now I just get to come back with another Svelune. I don't hate this. Don't get me wrong, it's not necessarily preferable, but it's nowhere near as annoying as it could be. So here, I could just go double Lord. And since they've already seen the Lord of Atlantis, I don't know that I hate that. I could play Sphaloon and nothing else. I don't know that I like that anywhere near as much. So I think I am going to go ahead and double Lord. So if we had opted to go with Sphaloon, then I would have just used this mana to tap down like this Blood Crypt. But I think this is probably where I want to be in life. Make them, A, not know it's in my hand. Because, you know, they did get to see one thing here. Oh, that's obnoxious. And what does 3 mana get? Another Mayhem Devil. Okay. So, this, okay. Yikes. You know, I kind of thought that getting away from Pioneer would also get us away from this nonsense, but, you know, there's no escape. No escape. So how do I get out of this now? I can do this and play both my cards, which is nice. And realistically, I probably should have just not made the land drop in case this draw happens to be a Mutavault. I'm sorry, what? Oops. Oh, Christ. I think I pressed my auto yield button. I'm going to pack this game up. This one's over. So that's unfortunate, but I honestly think I'm mostly okay with that. So we do have some things and stuff to say about what's going on over there. I want these cards here. So Unlicensed Hearse helps, of course, with the Cat Oven combo itself. Dismember helps to get the, whatever the stupid 3-drop is called, Mayhem Devil the hell off the table. And Kira helps to protect against any, like, direct removal, right? Like, Mayhem Devil's first ping is fine to not have to worry about, but realistically, we want to just worry about, like, the Claim to Firstborns and all the other stuff that can come off of that. Cards that I don't necessarily want include Aether Vial, since they can just slide into being a Thoughtseize deck. Harbinger's a little embarrassing against a deck that doesn't really attack for, like, huge outside of exactly Ravenous Squirrel. Yeah, I don't hate this. And we still have 34 creatures in our deck even after an Unlicensed Hearse half counts as a creature. So, alright, cool. So we're not exactly like reducing our deck's density of card value either. So yeah, I'm on board for this. So let's go ahead and play first again. And our hand is, okay. Okay, this is not great, but fine. Okay, so there's a bauble. Do we have a squirrel? We do not have a squirrel. We are sacrificing themselves, which means they're doing the fetch land trick here. Okay. So, for anybody who's unfamiliar, the way that this works with fetch lands is that you use Mishra's Bauble, you target yourself before deciding whether you actually want to use your fetch land as a fetch land, or whether you want to draw the card for the bauble trigger and then fetch. So I don't mind doing this, and I think I will just flash the Hexcatcher in for a block and then untap and cast Kira. So if this is going to be like some instant speed removal spell, like, I don't know, Bolt, Unholy Heat, whatever. Oh my god, did I name Spirit? I fucking named Spirit. Oh my god. Oh, Force of Habit lives. Oh, that's so good. Well, luckily, Kira is a spirit, so I have one. But that was not what I actually meant to do. Oh, that is so funny. And they have the Cat Oven combo. You got it. Can't do much about that, but I... Holy shit, that is hilarious. I just, like... autopiloted, didn't even consider the fact that Merfolk existed, just, you know, empty brain, no thoughts. We're only playing only Ever Spirits with Cavern. Oh shit, that's great. Ooh, please give me a Tide Shaper off the top one time. I would love a Tide Shaper. Croxa, that's actually fine. I'll just discard this Hexcatcher. So they're gonna get 2 foods off of that, which is pretty sweet. And I'm gonna keep it like this, because like I've already got Otawara for my 4th land. I'm already attacking. So I can just like rely on these 2 subtleties here. I am not naming Elemental. I will actually name Merfolk with this one. And that actually does 2 things. Like, it lets me keep up my Otawara so that I can use it as a spell rather than as a land. But also, just like having Subtlety in hand means that I can use it as a counter spell twice. Holy shit, that was really funny though. Oh yeah. You don't see my face, do you? Alright. There we go. Let's also turn myself right side up. There we go. Didn't even realize that was like a thing in the world right now. There we go. Alright, so you can have that. So now they can do the whole witch oven thing. A little annoying, but that's okay. So let's bring that back. You got it. So I'm not going to Otawara the Urza Saga right now, just because I want to give them the chance to play something like... Oh my god, they have 2. To play something like a Mayhem Devil, but it looks like they're not going to. Okay. Another Cauldron Familiar. For the sake of not assuming that I'm actually going to have another opportunity to use this, I'm just going to go ahead and do this now so that I can develop my board at the same time. I assume they're going to go ahead and make a Saga token here. A Hexcatcher's not terrible. So, a thing to note. Fuck it, I'll just start with my attack. I could, in theory, go ahead and just, like, play this as a land, but I don't like that option. So what I want them to do is, ideally, do all of this shenanigans, whatever, and work on putting Shadow Spear onto this, after which I can Otawara the Construct token. So that effectively wastes basically 2 turns of effort out of them, and then I can continue my attack without them having access to all that life-linking shenanigans. And without a Springleaf Drum, they also just don't have the mana to make another construct. So, yeah. They got another Witch's Oven instead, okay. Thoughtseize. I think I just let that happen, right? Because my plan is already Otawara. Without the subtlety, do I actually... I'm sorry, without the Shadow Spear, do I actually care about the subtle? No, I'm actually just going to do this and develop my board. Like, I know their draw for the turn was just a Witch's Oven, which they can't cast. So I'm just going to put this into play. And then they can take 2 from the Vodalian Hexcatcher. Like, that's whatever. They can discard this. But I still have my Otawara for this. So, unless... Yeah, that's fine. I mean, not fine, but it's going to happen. So I'm going to keep my Subtlety in play, and then I guess I get to block with Kira next turn. If I draw either another Merfolk or... what else can I draw? I can draw another Merfolk to block. We can draw... a Tide Shaper, especially to get rid of this Saga. Oh. I mean, we also just might die to these cats. A dismember. That is not helpful. Alright, so what can I do here? I can attack with these two. Take them down to 9. And honestly, that's not anywhere good enough here. Yeah. And they know about the Otawara too, so I think we're not really long for the world here. Alright, so they're making yet another construct, I assume. So I will just take 3 from the witch's ovens though, like that's... Oh no, it's 4. What am I doing? I'm dead. Yeah, they just reanimate once, and then witch's oven 3 times, and that's the game. So I will make them do the work of seeing it, I guess, but like, we're dead on board. And they got a 4th witch's oven, so like, we're not just kind of dead, we're ultra dead. Okay. So I will do this. It's only going to cost 3 because I have Kira. She's legend. And then I have to block here. But honestly, we're just dead. Huh. Alright. Writing's on the board. So that's enough of that. Unfortunate. But honestly, I don't really mind losing to that. Because like, that's a really off meta deck. But also, Mayhem Devil itself is just something we're super weak to as a whole. A lot of the same as playing spirits. Like, Mayhem Devil is just miserable because they can just chew your creatures up by just playing their own deck. Yeah. So I'm not even that sad about that because, like, it's just a thing that's going to happen. That was pretty funny, though. No matter what format we play, we can't escape the Mayhem Devils. Alright, we're playing against Dexagos now on the play. Hand is not bad. So I think I will actually just play Tideshaper as a 1-drop here. So I don't really want to worry too much about Tideshaper's ability without knowing whether it actually matters against opponent's deck or not. So they played basic Mountain Darcy, which actually kind of scares me because now I'm thinking that this is going to be one of those Merfolk this time. Because I'm thinking it's going to be one of those decks that's just like has lava darts and stuff all over it. So I'm going to go ahead and attack here. If they block, I will happily use the Hexcatcher. And it looks like that's not going to happen. So if they try to lava dart my Tideshaper, then I will be happy to cast the Hexcatcher. If they do something that I care about a lot less, then so be it. Steam Vents. Okay. Oh. Okay. So it's actually just Murktide Regent deck. Oh, no. Okay. Okay, that does make a little bit more sense. Okay, so we're actually playing against the Underworld Breach deck. That makes a lot more sense. So this deck plays like all of the 1-drops that the other deck that I can't think of. Are we attacking? I'm not going to block because I have the ability to just like untap and then unload with Island Walk. So I'm just going to let that rock. And they don't have a legend in play, so they can't actually make use of the Mox Amber right now either. A Subtlety is actually pretty good. I am still going to just cast a Sveloon here. Like, giving myself my uncounterable threat is pretty good. And they can block just fine, so I'm not going to do anything else. I'll just chill for a turn. Like, the Subtlety should be pretty good against anything like, say, Teferi if they go to kind of cast that now. And if they're purely blue-red, then untapping with potentially double Lord of Atlantis next turn is also going to look really nice and expressive. I will do nothing about that. Hey, what up, Gyro? Checking in real quick. Great to see you pull the trigger on live streams. Can't wait for Pioneer. Sadly, Aaron's to run. Okay, cool. Yeah. So thanks, of course, for the support as always. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to just having a lot of fun doing this because, like, I'm already looking for more excuses to want to play Magic anyway. So they can only really attack with this probably for fear of me just clapping back for a lot more than what they can deal. Springleaf Drum, you got it. So they can use one more mana here, but I think I'm okay with just taking the 6. Oh, 3, not even 6. Okay. Well, that's not going to feel great, opponent. Land? A Force of Negation. That's not quite as good, but still very good. So I'm going to do that so that my friends are unblockable. And I'm going to leave back 2 blockers for Rags. Yeah. Let's draw a card. Hit them for 9. Take them down to 7. And now they have to get through Subtlety, Force, Force. I'm in for that. And luckily for us, Rags will not be able to attack because I can just, like, block this for relatively free, and the ward helps to protect the Lord through 2 points of removal. So, all things considered, this is looking alright. In EI, I'm honestly just don't think I'm going to touch. You can have that. I could also just force this. No. So what do we have here? We have 1, 2, 3 mana currently. Finding a land would give them 4. No, I'm gonna make their life a little harder. Let's force this. Emery, I don't care about. So the cool thing about Emery is that Emery is actually a merfolk. So if we were in some random weird racing situation that involved my opponent's Emery, it's actually important that this has Island Walk because of my Lord of Atlantis. So if that comes up later, then I will need to pay attention to that. As it stands, I think I'm okay though. So I'm not going to put these in, but I will put these in. Cards I don't really want against this deck. Subtlety's kind of mid. Harbinger's pretty bad. So 2 more somethings. And I'm going to take out the Tide Shapers. Only 2, though. So this deck is a just blue-red deck. Sometimes they will splash a white for Teferi, but as it stands, most of the time we'll just go ahead and be able to, you know, they can function on just 2 colors. So getting rid of their island to have another island is only medium, and this is really just going to be at its best as, like, a Ragavan blocker. We did see the basic mountain out of them previously, so, like, that could end up being relevant. That's a pretty good draw, actually. I will still just play this. So let's see what, if anything, they do about this. They could just, like, bolt it, untap, dash Rags, and that's kind of annoying. But I think we can, like, okay, Unholy Heat, same thing. So let's see if that's what ends up happening here. Ledger Shredder. Okay, you got it. And they do have the bauble to go with it. You're late. Late. I'm still going to cast it. Can I not untap? Oh, I made my land drop, which is a game action. That's why I couldn't change anything. Okay. Let's see. Springleaf Drum comes in so they can play another spell, and it's an Emery. Yikes. And there's the Underworld Breach that we talked about previously. Mox Ambers and a Steam Fence. Noted. So we're going to take this up to 1. And they're going to see what I'm drawing now. Got it. So let's put that up on yes. And we draw a Master. I don't hate that. So what can I do here? I can play one of the Masters and see if they want to use some kind of spell like Unholy Heat off of the Springleaf Drum to kill it. I can hold for one more turn using Mutavault. Or I could just attack with Mutavault, but I don't think I like that. So instead what I will do here is cast an Uncounterable Master. And I think this does a couple of things. It hides my Hexcatcher, and it allows me to make use of these Glassbow Mimics, hopefully as creatures instead of as lands. So let's see what ends up happening here. There is an Unholy Heat again. You got it. So what can it cast? Just a Mox Amber currently? Okay. If this is... No, it's not another Emery. Oh, it could be. Oh, it's just an EI. Okay. I mean, I can't say just an EI because that's going to really start to outpace me pretty soon. But as it currently stands, we're okay-ish. They got rid of Otawara, which might be relevant later. Aether Spellbomb is in... So they can just cast that, yeah. So I'm going to take my 2. Not much to do about that. Alright, so let's place this on 2 now. A Dockhand is a little late. But I am still going to play it. Yeah, I like that. So here what I can do is flash in a Hexcatcher and put in Master. Next turn, put this up to 3 and then put in double Glassbow Mimics. That's not a bad line, I think. And then if I draw a land too, starting next turn, I will also have the ability to start tapping the one island they have and then making them rely a lot more heavily on the Springleaf Drum to really participate. They will get to Emery at the Bauble to draw an extra card every turn, so like that kind of sucks. And if they leave this up, then Aether Spellbomb can just like bounce a creature, which I don't know that I necessarily hate that option either. We are Prismatic Ending. Yeah, you got it. I don't know how I feel about that necessarily over the Aether Vial itself, but they probably just have like another point of removal to deal with that then. So I'll take 2 and go to 14. They are in fact casting the Bauble. This is going to get them to Connive too. So I don't know that they shouldn't have done this pre-combat. Like, this is a matchup in which the life totals can matter a lot. So, yeah. Oh, Urza Saga. Okay. So, let's do this. I'm going to put in the Master. And I'm going to flash in the Hexcatcher. Oops, did I? There we go. Alright, so now we'll put this on 3. You're just going to look at my top card. You got it. Another Hexcatcher. Not bad. So, here, I think I actually just put in a bunch of Masters or Hexcatchers? Which is it? I think I'm going to put in another Master. And that ensures my unblockable because they have the island. And I can flash in another Hexcatcher to play around a spell. They can Aether Spellbomb, which I think I'm mostly okay with. So let's see if they want to use the Aether Spellbomb to protect themselves. Okay. Also of note, I have this Mutavault on a table too. So we could very well just be like dealing them 106 here. Underworld Breach is a thing. Engineered explosives where X is 2. Well, that sucks. And I can't outpace this by having them do 3 either. Shit. It does get rid of their Ledger Shredder, which is good to know, but ultimately they're doing a lot better than I am currently. Especially with Emery, since they can just like explosive every turn. Luckily, this also comes at the expense of them not being able to make a token here. So, what are we doing? Okay, we're just gonna blow it up now. Got it. Nothing I can do about that, so you got it. And they also can't bounce currently, since this... Is there a Mox Amber here? Never mind, there is a Mox Amber. So they can tap Emery, cast Mox Amber out of their yard, and then that will give them the ability to use Aether Spellbomb to bounce. So that's annoying, and it looks like that is exactly what's going to happen. Okay. So I am still going to go ahead and put in the Hexcatcher. See if they want to go ahead and bounce that before I untap. No, they have an Unholy Heat. Bruh. Alright. A Silvergill Adept. Poop. That actually really sucks. Okay. I guess I'm just attacking with Mutavault then. So, a cool thing with Mutavault specifically. I can go ahead and clone this with Glassbow Mimic, and if I do so, I know that the card will not be animated or able to attack because Summoning Sickness. But this will give me 4 mana for next turn, an actual use for Glassbow Mimic. And now I have 2 Mutavaults active and ready to go for next turn. They have Grinding Station, they have whatever they get off of a token here. So I would still love to see some source of unblockable to make this like slightly relevant here. And equipping Shadow Spear on Emery actually turns it into a 2/3, which is hard to block without a Lord right now. Man. Just... they're putting it on the 5/5. Okay. That is still not desirable, but we have draws to deal with that at least. Mishra's Bauble, drawing another card. Yep. So, an ideal draw step, I guess, looks like another Merfolk. Okay. So, we got the other Merfolk that we asked for. So, let's see if I can draw a relevant 3-drop now. A Dismember. is medium helpful. I can shrink this down to a 1/1 and then block. Or I can just kill Emery. I don't think I can win this game with an Emery in play, so I think I actually do have to do it like this. Although, not gonna lie, currently not having a great time with it. So let's see. Is there any way for me to really outpace this? As it stands, I think the answer is no. I'm stuck taking this 6. And Otawara gets rid of it completely, which is nice. Bruh. And another Emery? Oh my god. Why? Alright. That's not even helpful. So I guess I'm doing this again. Show you the Lord of Atlantis. Gross. Alright. So that is unfortunate. On the play for game 3, I think I want to change nothing. Maybe put the Tide Shapers back in. Yeah, let's put the Tide Shapers back in. I'm also going to put the actual Spreading Seas in. The subtleties are kind of mid. I don't think I want a Chalice at 0 or 1. That could be wrong. No. Okay. So the Hexcatcher is why. Okay. I would trim on Glassbow Mimic. That's a thought. So, like, obviously, they play a bunch of removal that makes this card a little bit medium. That might be right. Yeah. I could just curve, like, Tide Shaper, Silvergill, Glasspool is not a bad curve with a land draw. Or I can put back Lord of Atlantis and go turn 1 nothing, hold for turning off like Urza Saga, turn 2 Silverglad up, turn 3 this plus whatever. That might actually be a little bit better. So I'm just going to go ahead and play the basic Island and pass. And, like, I guess the ideal really looks like... Okay, not that. They are just turn 1 Emery. And there's a Shadow Spear, okay. And another Mimic, okay. And I don't necessarily like revealing the Tide Shaper here. Because now they know not to play an Urza Saga. So let's see if they just choose a Bauble or a Shadow Spear with this. They have Rags, okay. And we are casting a Bauble. Okay. So, of note, I also need to be really careful about this Glassbow Mimic here. Because if they just respond to me casting Glassbow Mimic by killing this, then I just don't really get another card, which sucks. So, instead of doing that, I'm just going to do this. And... if they want to kill, then they can kill, but... Okay, and they do have a removal spell. Eef. Not doing great here. So if they have a third Unholy Heat, then I'm not going to get to block Rags either. What are we casting? A Ledger Shredder? We are casting a Ledger Shredder, okay. So they get to rebobble. Yikes. Man, they get so much value out of all this stuff. There's an island and a drum. Okay. So they can also drum to do what? We're not attacking. Okay. Okay, so this Sveloon, that's actually a good draw. So here I want Merfolk's. And I'm actually just going to cast my Sveloon here. So she's a great block for Rags, but also I have Mutavault. So if they try to do the thing where I block Rags and then they try to finish Sveloon off with some kind of removal spell, I can animate Mutavault in response to give Sveloon indestructible and fizzle the removal spell. So that is an option that we currently have. And if they want to clear Silvergill up, then they have to worry about Ward. So we are at least currently doing something. They can reanimate... Oh, that sucks. They can reanimate the Shadow Spear and attach it to the Ledger Shredder. That's pretty annoying. So I wonder how many things we're actually going to get to do here. So ideally, they leave me alone for a turn, which I'm sure is not going to happen. But I can at least Glasspool Mimic using Silvergill up to draw another card. That means I want a Tide Shaper. And they're going to use Bauble and not the Shadow Spear. Okay. I don't know if I like that, because actually here what they could do is, I guess, Shadow Spear out of Graveyard, use Springleaf Drum to attach here and start attacking with Lifelink. So I don't know whether that was a missed opportunity or whether my opponent simply doesn't give a shit about that. And they're not attacking with Ledger Shredder either, which means I think they're wanting to do what? I'm going to do this. Cast Glasspool Mimic with the intention of making another Silvergill Adept. If here... Okay, good. I was going to say, if they do get to kill the Silvergill Adept, then I could have responded with Mutavault. Jesus, another one? Okay. I think I'm just going to attack. With Sveloon only. That's not bad for next turn. And as it stands, I should actually get one of those two. So let's see if I can Silvergill revealing Silvergill. And yes, I am aware they get to connive. But I can't just, like, not develop my board. They do have 6 cards in hands, which I also don't particularly like. Double Lord of Atlantis. We might sneak one, y'all. Double Lord of Atlantis is not really something to sneeze at. Like, we can come up with a lot of unblockable power next turn. So let's see. If I don't draw a land for this turn, then I'm doing Double Lord of Atlantis, so 8. That won't do anything. Opponent. Are we also a paid actor opponent? It's highlighted in blue for you, opponent. Maybe this is some kind of sweeper. Like if they have engineered explosives, that could suck. Oh, come on. They do? Gross. Alright. Upside, Ledger Shredder's off the table. Downside, Rax is going to get to hit me. God, that's disgusting. At least I'm still at 18. What'd they take? They took a Force of Negation that I don't care about. Okay. So they can cast a Mishra's Bauble out of the graveyard here. Man, I am really sad about that. I mean, clearly we just wanted our opponent to get dead, and that was a great way to do it, but, you know. Can't have everything, I guess. Humph. Okay, so let's see what we can draw. Another Lord of Atlantis. Island. Oh, God. How the hell am I ever going to beat Engineered Explosive every turn? So they go to 11. And they can just rinse and reuse Engineered every turn with Emery now. Mox Amber is the draw. Okay. Yeah, this whole thing. Oh, they didn't make a construct. I just realized. Or mana? They just let the saga die? Huh. I don't know if I like that, but okay. Okay. And a Darcy. You got it. Okay. Now what'd they get? Another Force of Negation. Okay. Jeez. And an EI. Come on. Our opponent is just firing on all cylinders. And unfortunately, not stopping this means that we're not going to be really able to do much of anything. Oof. Just oof. Amber, putting Amber away too. Now what? Oh, grinding station. Okay. It's not great. Mimic. Okay. What can I do here? I think I can go ahead, get an attack in, and then they go to 9, and then Glasspool Mimic copying Mutavault. And this way I can hopefully turn multiple attacking Mutavaults with these Lords of Atlantis into a sneaky win. Underworld Breach. Or we're just dead on the spot. Okay. Wow. 0-2. That sucks. So, clearly not particularly happy about the way that went. But man, we ran into some stuff that we are just not really going to be able to beat on a regular basis, right? Like, running into Mayhem Devil round 1 on Modern, like, it is what it is. And this last round, I actually don't really mind that loss, because, like, all the good Murktide Regent cards are those cards that showed up for them there, with the addition of Emery being able to engineer every single turn in 2 different games. So, you know, and we had the stuff in our deck to help play around it too. Like, we had the Mystical Disputes for Emery, we had the Unlicensed Hearse to keep the explosives out of the graveyard, we had Dismember in our deck, and those are just, like, not the cards we saw. We even put in Spreading Seas for Urza Saga and just, like, didn't get the cool stuff. So, you know, you can't just draw the cards you need every game. So, overall, I'm not that sad about this. Oh, yeah. So, hopefully, at least a couple of the next 3 rounds are a lot friendlier towards, I guess, what we're doing. But also, Qualia, you still might have been right about trimming Glassbow Mimic down to, like, I don't know, maybe 2 in favor of another sideboard card. It could just turn out you were right about that the entire time, too. Like, they were okay there, but they are a liability sometimes against removal-based decks like the blue-red decks. So, I don't know, he could just very well have been right there. Against Morgaths, we are not on the play for this game. Hopefully that means we're actually going to draw a turn 1 Vial, but nope, nothing of the sort. So let's see what ends up happening here. Flooded Strand. Flooded Strand means I probably just want to play on curve here. They could just, like, get a Triome, but here I still have, like, Silvergill, Adept, Sveloon. So if they want to, like, grab Steam Vents, Unholy Heat, this Tide Shaper, then, like, that's kind of whatever. But I think I just want to be attacking on curve here. Spara's Headquarters. Okay, so that's the Bant land. Into Snow-Covered Island, which means I suspect a Wall of Omens. Never mind. I was going to... Wait, there's no Yorion here. Huh. Alright. Well, that doesn't change anything about my play, so I'm going to go ahead and do this, and I will show them Harbinger, since I think that is the Merfolk in this deck least likely to matter. And a Cavern of Souls is actively fantastic. Because of course I really want Sveloon to be able to do the thing, but it won't do anything if it gets countered, so... Cavern of Souls is actually kind of a lovely draw for us. And if they hold up mana here for, like, Ice Fang Quaddle, I don't mind attacking with both and letting them Ice Fang to kill Silvergill. Ephemerate on the wall. You got it. Are we playing against Soul Herder? Okay, that's still a snake. So I am still going to go ahead and attack with both here. If they want to, like, play snake, block this, have wall, block this, then I'm still relatively okay with that. Or we're just going to take 2. That plays 2. So now I'm going to cast my Sveloon without walking into a counterspell. And they can just untap and then pay 3 mana to either Teferi or Prismatic Ending Sveloon. But that's a pretty big tempo loss for them if that ends up being the case. So let's see what happens. Let's see. So they're going to get to draw more cards, and I can't really do much about that. Things I would like include Unblockable Lords would be really nice. Noble Hierarch, okay. Aether Channeler, not bad. So they can bounce my Sveloon to my hand. That's going to take me off of a turn of drawing cards, which is unfortunate. But now I am definitely assuming we're playing against Soul Herder. Tide Shaper turning off Spara's headquarters is not the worst. So I'm going to do that. And now I'm going to attack with these. If they try to kill the 2/2 Tide Shaper with the Aether Channeler, I'll be pretty glad to just put in the Hexcatcher at instant speed. Okay. And okay. So, like this, I guess I just don't need to put in a Hexcatcher here. I can keep it as a surprise. Yeah, alright. But I'm really surprised this deck isn't playing Yorion. I feel like it almost has to, and it just isn't. So what are we doing instead? So they have 6 total mana to play with. Eternal Witness getting back either the Channeler or the Ephemerate is fairly obnoxious. And it's going to be the Ephemerate. Okay, so they can Ephemerate the Witness and then like do that cute little loop a bunch. And that actually is pretty annoying. So how can I... Another Channeler. Getting rid of one of my Tide Shapers. Probably the one that's actually locking down the land. Oh no, we're going to draw a card. Okay. So they're just going to try to wear me out. Okay. So let's see if that actually ends up working out for them. I can attack with these two. If they go to block, then I have a instant speed Hexcatcher, which I don't hate. Okay, let's try that. I can also kill the Wall of Omens too, which is nice. Okay, still gonna do it. I don't necessarily enjoy the fact that this does walk me right into a Supreme Verdict. So if they have that, then, well, you got it. But as it stands, this gives me a pretty okay chance to have things to say about really a lot of stuff. Like the Ward 1 is potentially important against things like, I don't know, Brutal Cathar plus, well, that doesn't work. Skyclave Apparition does. Okay, so they can bounce the Svaeloon here. Nope, we're drawing cards. Okay. They have exactly one more white mana, and they're targeting Aether Channeler again to draw another card. Okay. But without a land drop, that does run them out of white mana. There's the snake. Okay. We did assume that was happening earlier. But now a single Lord of Atlantis or a Master of the Pearl Trident is just lethal. Maybe not with a mana up, but let's see what happens. Nope, just a tapped land. Okay. Unblockable, let's go. That is almost exactly the opposite of what I asked you for. Up. Up. And, yeah, let's party. All right. So that's pretty sweet. Against Soul Herder, I want Mystical Disputes, Dismembers, and that's actually it. I don't really want Force of Negation. It does help counter exactly Ephemerate and maybe Teferi if they play it, but that's really it. Harbinger's actively kind of bad. Yeah, alright. I guess? I guess. This hand's honestly pretty mid. A little less so if I can turn off Triomes. Or do I just want to establish a 2-2 attacker? I think I'm just going to establish a 2-2 attacker. Especially since, like... Yeah, like, I have 2 sources of making it unblockable, 3 if I actually get to untap with this. I do need to draw a land to facilitate that, but I think that's better than skipping my turn 1. Okay, so here's a wall of some sort. Yeah, Wall of Omens. That counts. A Tide Shaper. I actually kind of like that. And I'm not going to turn my Mutavault into an island. I'm going to try to turn off their Sparris headquarters. So now let's see what they can do, hopefully without a white source. Nope. No such luck. So they get to go ahead and get likely a Hallowed Fountain and then just kind of proceed from where they were. A Temple Garden. So they have use for double green. That means Eternal Witness. Nope. A snake. Okay. And that's a Hierarch. He got it. So, of note, this does not have Death Touch yet. You're the one that was already in play, which means you're the one I want to activate. You're the one... It doesn't show me which one is which? Are you serious? Oh, okay. Newly controlled. There we go. You have to right-click. It doesn't show me anymore by just highlighting. That... I don't like that. Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and get my attack in here. And I'm going to dismember the Noble Hierarch. Yeah, that's fine. So they're going to go ahead and take 4. And I'm going to do this before they can untap and rescue it with Ephemerate. Although I would still really love access to another blue. Yeah, I'll take that snow-covered island if you don't mind, opponent. Oh, thank you. Do I want to start with Unblockable, or do I just want to get Sveilun in play? I think I'm going to try Unblockables. So let's see if this resolves. Drawing a snake, so now they have Death Touch. Okay. So now I'm going to go ahead and just try and attack for 9 here. And if they have something instant speed for this, then it does really suck to be me there. What is this? A petty theft? Oh no, it's another snake. Sick. So luckily they can't block anyway, so the fact that they have 3 snakes is actually irrelevant. No! It's a Solitude! Aw, shit. That sucks. My entire board's dead now. Aw. Why? Alright, alright. I mean, I know why, but that doesn't mean I'm happy about it. Oh, that is so bad. Alright. Well, luckily, developing Sveilun there wouldn't actually have changed nothing. But, man, that is not good for me. Coco. Cool. I don't like it, but cool. Soul Herder and Wall of Blossoms? Okay. For what it's worth, that could have been a lot worse. Still can't lie and say I'm happy about that development. Hexcatcher is okay. But here I'm just going to play Sveilun and develop my land. Eternal Witness getting back likely Solitude. And that's only another reason to really want access to the Yorion. I really don't know why this deck isn't playing Yorion. They also have the Ephemerate. Okay. So they have access to more snakes. They have the Solitude. With 5 cards in their hand, they have to have another white card here somewhere. And they can Soul Herder, the Witness, getting back either a snake or a Coco. Yikes. Nope, they're just going to draw another card. Okay. So does that mean that we're digging for a... Okay. So I can do this, give this unblockable, and I can technically do something about... Am I going to get to a draw card? I am. Okay. I don't know how much I like them letting me draw a card, but, I mean, we'll take it. Is there any reason to hold back on the Hexcatcher? I think the answer might be no. So I'm going to do this and see if I can, I don't know, hit a land drop for the Hexcatcher, or I can... Oh, no, I played Mutavault. Never mind. I can't hit a land drop. That's definitely not what I wanted. So, do I want to... play the Vial, or do I want to more hold up mana for Mutavault to give this indestructible? No, they already have a Solitude. There's no reason for that. I'll just play the late Vial. I clearly don't like the fact that the Vial came in this late. But here, if they want to... What? Yeah, this sucks. Alright. Alright, I'm off it. So now we'll go to our game 3, and I'll couple a couple of these for a couple of Kira, I guess. Yeah, alright. So let's play first. And our hand is, honestly, I think this is fine. Like, it's not great, obviously, but I think it's okay. So, starting with their next turn, because this is probably just a Triumph turn. Unless they have a Noble. They do have Noble. Okay. A Dismember. Alright. And here I can dispute a what? A snake? That's not bad. Okay. Now let's draw a land. That'd be lovely. Alright. Seeing that on turn 3 is super late, obviously, but I can still counter a snake, which is nice. But it looks like they're not going to cast one. So if they're just going to hard cast these Soul Herder, I'll be pretty glad for getting rid of that too. Not a fan if they decide to just like... What's this? Whatever, I'll dispute it. Realistically, I was probably going to dispute almost anything. But I am glad it's a spell that I don't want to see them, like, using with ephemerates and stuff. A Silvergill Adept. Okay. And I'll show them the other. And a Mutavault's actually not a bad draw. So here, this can be Cocoa mana, which I'm clearly not a fan of them getting to resolve, but it looks like they're just going to jam. Yeah, they're just going to jam, and I'm not going to do anything about it. Thumbs down. Channeler, another target non-land permanent, so they can put my Aether Vial back. Nope, they're going to draw a card. Okay. Okay. So, what do I want to see here? I definitely want no parts of them having a Tideshaper. Okay. So, I'm going to do this, just putting in the Silvergill Adept. Let's see what I draw. A Master. Do I really want a Master here? What did I show them earlier? I showed them the other Adept. Okay. So let's see if they don't have a Solitude and I'm allowed to attack for my 3. Okay. So if they want to, what, Solitude plus Ephemerate, then unfortunately I can't do anything about that. Most other things I think I can at least kind of deal with. By deal with, I really just mean like attacking with brute force. Okay, so I am fairly certain we're just looking at like, oh, what's this? Another Cocoa? 5. Nope, Solitude. Dang it. Yep. Just a hard cast Solitude. Alright, well, unfortunately for my Master, that's going to say goodnight. And if they have a Ephemerate, then it really sucks to be me. But it doesn't look like they do. Otherwise, they would probably have just used it while I was tapped out. Hexcatcher. That's actively really good for me. Because now they can't resolve an Ephemerate. Which means I want to put you in now. And I think I actually want to give them the opportunity to trade with this. Yeah. Oh, no, because then they can trade with this. And I don't want that. So I'm just going to do this now. And I'll put in another Master. So let's see if my attack for 6 is allowed to go through. And I will very happily get rid of Tideshaper if they're going to take 2 to Ephemerate here. Yeah, not happening. Getting rid of Tideshaper. Phew. Alright, take 8. Go to 4. So they could very well just have like an Eternal Witness plus getting this back. And if that is what they have, then that does suck. I will just take 4. Yes. I go to 14, you go to 8. Alright, so that happened, and now they're paying lots of costs. Are we prismatic ending my Master, maybe? They do have the Witness. Fuck. Alright, so I can sacrifice 2 Merfolk to not have that happen, and I actually do... No, it's gotta be 3. Shit. Alright, so that just means it's gonna happen. I can, of course, just untap and Double Lord, which is nice. So they're going to get rid of my master. But I do have double Lord of Atlantis, so, like, it really isn't the end of the world. A Tide Shaper is honestly nowhere near where I want to be in life, so I'm just going to cast this now. And if they... Okay. I have the vial, so let's give it a try. Oh, whew, all right. So we got there over Soul Herder, so we're on the board. And now just 2 more matches. And playing against Ferdy. 30, 30, 30. Oh, Ferdy 30. That's cute. I see what you did. Ferdy 30. Wow, there's a lot of puns in this username. So yeah, so Ferdy 30, because it sounds the same, but also 303030 as far as like a tournament record. That is a hilariously punny username. And I'm going to keep this hand. Okay. Like, this hand is not actually good by any means. But I can hold Tide Shaper, hopefully mess up their turn 1 play as far as a land drop here goes. And then follow up with Hexcatchers. It doesn't seem awful. Mishra's Bauble, okay. So let's see if we're being thought seized or what. They're targeting themselves, so they're doing a fetch land. And the fetch land is a Misty, which means that my Tide Shaper is not that great looking. Svelune is also pretty good. So here I can just chill for 1 turn, hold up my Hexcatcher, cast that. And I actually think I'm just going to wait to see what their land is before casting my Hexcatcher. A Snow-Covered Forest. Okay, so we're doing this again. Except this person actually showed me a Yorion, so I think it's just 4 color. And if it is, I don't mind using the Force Negation on a red and 6 here. And this is definitely a deck that I really don't like mulliganing against, but here we are. Okay, so it is in fact a red and 6, so I'm going to do this, getting rid of this as my least useful card. Yeah. So I'm going to go ahead and put this into play. And then hopefully I can draw a basic land, I'm sorry, draw a land to play Svelune. And if not, I can still Tide Shaper, which is not bad. So let's see if they want to Solitude or Fury this. And that's why I did it during the main phase, because I actually don't mind if they do that on this, rather than having Solitude, for example, for Svelune. That's almost exactly the opposite of what I wanted. Didn't really want another 3-drop. So let's see, I've got a 3/3 Tide Shaper, which is not bad. I do currently have Teferi Insurance, which previously wasn't that necessary because I didn't have a blue source on their side of the table. But now that I gave them a blue source, I need to worry a little bit about Teferi, so the Hexcatcher can just counter that if need be. But now they also have double blue, which I need to look out for. So I am going to do it like this. Because I think I would rather keep the Stomping Ground locked than have this Hexcatcher on the table. Pao, what's up? How you doing today? Happy Tuesday. And a Subtlety. That's still not the land I wanted, but that is partially on me for putting a land back in my mulligan earlier too. So if they play something super devastating that I really need to Subtlety, at least I'll be able to do that. But another land would have been pretty nice. How many lands are you running in the list, not including Glasspool? So I'm running 19 actual lands and 3 glass pools, which makes for a total of 22. But to be fair, this is also on me, because, like, I knew I was on a play and I put a land back, so, like, you know, it is what it is. Alright, so that's going to be a Yorion, which is a card I don't mind casting Subtlety on. A Vial is okay. Are you running 4 of the New Lord? I am, yeah. And that was actually a large part of why I wanted to play this deck today, is because I wanted to play the Vodalian Hexcatcher and just kind of, like, see how good it had the potential to be. Okay, so now their mana's nowhere near shut off, and they have 7 cards in hand? Ugh. Man, a land earlier would have been super good. So if this is like Omnath, I can't beat an Omnath. Yeah, so far the Hexcatcher's actually been pretty good. The only real weakness that I've seen is just that, like, the format's just still really hostile to playing creatures. And this, of course, is a deck of nothing but creatures. But unlike Spirits, this isn't a deck that can protect itself. So, truth be told, this is pretty annoying compared to just being able to play Spirits and do whatever I want. And they have the Solitude. Yeah. Alright, we're good here. So, against regular 4-color, things I want include all of these. I don't really care about any of the rest of these. Yeah. I don't really want those. I don't know. Subtlety's pretty good. Tide Shaper is something on the table so that I can start attacking. But I don't know that I want 4. Because, like, this deck plays just a million lands anyway. They play Red and 6 to make sure they have access to all their mana. They also just, like, play an alright number of blue cards. So, like, I could accidentally turn something weird on, like, I don't know, Archmage's Charm, or who knows. Like, the 4-color decks can really just play anything. Nothing on 1, Lord on 2, Sveilun on 3, Subtlety holding it all together is okay. Being on the play and having Cavern makes that a lot more palatable, so I will do that. So, I really am on the lookout for what? I don't want to see Magus of the Moon. I don't want to see... Obviously, oh, never mind. So, Magus of the Moon and Blood Moon previously were pretty annoying. But this is a deck that plays, what, like 8 or 9 basics, so drawing another island wasn't necessarily unreasonable. So here, if they cast a Red and 6, I think I just let that rock and resolve my Sveilun. If I see another blue card in my hand, Sveilun is protected from both Fury and Solitude in that manner. Okay, so Sacred Foundry. So this has got to be just like a Ren. Yeah. They don't get anything back, which I do like. Akira! Alright. I guess we pivot. So things I can do. I can develop Sveilun, holding up Subtlety, getting rid of Kira. I can resolve Kira. No shot. I'm just resolving Kira. So, upsides, downsides. Upside of resolving Kira is that Kira is just great. Downside, of course, is that Ren and 6 can tick down, break a Kira shield, and then if they have something cool to follow up with, like, I don't know, a Teferi, then that can, like, finish off. They can also Solitude or Fury after using Ren and 6 as, like, the initial ping. So, I'm not out of the water with Kira, but she is still really good. And I don't think this is the turn where I will actually be using Subtlety on anything. Of course, I just first and foremost want to resolve my Spaloon. But also, I don't think I want to worry so much about their 3-drops. Like 4 and later is where their turns start getting really important with cards like, say, the Omnats and whatnot. So now they do have a fetch land to get back with Ren and 6, which also means I'm not so certain about them wanting to... Yeah, I was going to say about wanting to break a shield because they can get their fetch land back. And they don't have a blue source for Snake either. So I think this is just going to be an unmolested attack on the Ren and 6. Mutavolt's actually pretty helpful too. So I'm going to do this. And here, after combat, what I can do is play Mutavault, hold up Subtlety, and if they want to play an Omnath, Subtlety that, put it on top of their deck, untap, Sveiloon, and activate a Mutavault to attack for good. So, oh, haha. Joke's on you, opponent. I'm not actually countering anything. Alright, fuck out my face. So, I did not counter your Omnath. Another Sveiloon, okay. Newly controlled. And you're the one that can attack. So I get an attack for what? 3, 6, 10, which is not bad. So they go all the way down to 7, and I can hopefully be nice and rared up for a game 3. So that at least is our goal here. So what happens with Omnath here? Omnath gets to do the thing, and I can't really stop that now. There's a bauble. Do we also have a land drop to make? Oh yeah, we know they have a fetch land. Never mind. Like, what was the fetch land they got back? That one, yes. So they're at 11. Unless this is directly... Oh, no, they can't. Duh. They can fetch now, get mana, use the mana to get rid of Island Walk from Lord of Atlantis. That's how they live. If they don't do that right now, though, and instead go to 15, then they take what? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 exactly. So they need to fetch now, go to 14, use the mana to get rid of Lord of Atlantis. They can also exile Sveiloon with something, so that's like a thing. But not with Steam Vents. Fury. That doesn't do anything? Because Kira? Oh, I have to place all of these on the stack. Okay. So now if they have, I guess, another Fury. Oh no, we're just dead. Okay, cool. We take those. No, that's not true. They could have Solitude for exactly the Sveloon. Okay. All right, cool. Game 3 it is. So what can we do in Game 3 differently? I think I keep this exactly as I see it. I'm looking for exactly one card to potentially take out for the 4th vial, but I don't know that I really want to do that. I'll do that on a draw. Yuck. Well, at least we're both mulling to 6. Oh, this is way better. All right. I'm in for this. So here I can just get rid of one of the 2 basic islands. And I don't really hate the way this is going, right? Like, I can dispute something like a Teferi or an Omnath. Silvergill Adept is uncounterable with Cavern. And Force of Negation is... No, I'm going to keep. Alright, what are we doing with this? Are we casting one of those... Yes. I was going to say the 1-mana enchantment that Pauper plays, and I never remember its name. Abundant Growth. A Dockhand. That is actively good. So now, since they mulliganed, I will be pretty happy to force a negation, pitching Dispute against a Renin 6, if that's what they end up having. Okay, so it looks like that's not what they're going to have. So I guess I want to draw a Merfolk for Silvergill Adept. And we do. Perfect. I will just attack first. So I'm going to do this, revealing my Lord of Atlantis. So let's draw my card. What do we get? A Hexcatcher. Not bad. Okay, so they're going to get to their 3-drop before I can get access to a 3-drop. Is this a snake? It is a snake, okay. So, of note, the Rishadan Dockhand naturally has Island Walk, which is super sick. And currently, they only have 2 snow permanents, which means no Death Touch. So if I play, like, a Lord or a Vodalian Hexcatcher, then this Silvergill Adept does not trade with this. It just straight up beats the Coatl. Oath of Nissa. And a Fine Solitude. Annoying, but not anything I can do anything about. So let's... They have Fury. Fucking gross. So Fury pitching Unholy Heat, and I can't do anything about that either. That sucks. I wish I had exactly 1 more mana. You know, just being on a play would have been nice. So that I could have flashed into Hexcatcher. Okay. So let's see. What can I do here? I can play my land and hold up Hexcatcher plus Dispute. I don't hate that. I can't play that just yet. I need another land that can cast a spirit. Okay. So I'm really hoping they play a non-cavern land and just try to jam Omnath. Oh, come on. I literally just said non-cavern land. I see you not playing I play Swamps into more Swamp Standard. Yeah, I don't know, not my thing. Like, I won't go so far as to say that I hate New Standard, because I don't play New Standard. So I don't know enough to say that I like or dislike it. So let's see if this is going to just be like, I don't know, an Unholy Heat or something. And if they do have an Unholy Heat for that, I'll just let it die. Hey, all right. Do I just let Yorion resolve and play Master only? I think the answer to that is actually yes. Or Lord of Atlantis, rather. Okay. So now I can counter either a Yorion or an Omnath with the... I would rather have Lord than Hexcatcher, so I'm just going to let that die. Yeah, that's just going to die. So I don't like hoping that they have land Yorion, but that's kind of the only way I get to participate here. This has to be a prismatic ending. It is. So what can I do here? I could force pitching Dispute so that my Lord lives, my Mutavault has text, and my Kira can continue to do the thing. I don't like taking shields down against Yorion, because Yorion just means they instantly get to draw 1, 2, 3. But I'm not winning the game if they get rid of this. And I do know they have exactly Solitude plus Yorion 2. So if they're really concerned about this, they can do that. Kira might have been better really at the will of spot removal. I mean, very true, but I don't know, we already knew they had the Solitude in hand from earlier, because they found it with the Oath of Nissa. So, yeah, there it is. I was going to say, so I like doing it like this for this exact reason. They just pitch their Yorion to the Solitude so that I don't get to do, like, the Master thing. Oh, fucking hell, the last card was the Ephemerate. Come on. Alright. So, what I was going to say is that minus exactly the Ephemerate being the only card left in their hand, then we were pretty likely to be able to do the thing. Of course, it had to be the freaking... it had to be the Ephemerate. But doing it like that did exactly what we wanted to do, since they had the Yorion in hand and we knew that. Oh, expecting baby number 3? Nice, Thomas. All right. Love to see it. They can't attack with Snake. Okay. And this can trade with Solitude. So, like, that's not stone nothing. But no, if we didn't already know they had Solitude in hand, then yes, you're definitely right about that. So here, how do I lose? I lose by opponent having second Snake to give this Death Touch. So I will not do that. Instead, I will just let my Mutavault block Solitude. At least we didn't attack into it. All right. So they just need to play another basic now to give these guys Death Touch. Not a fan. Okay. So I am just going to do this and attempt to block Solitude. I'm not blocking these. So that at least puts an end to their lifelink. And this is not exactly a devastating clock, so I'm not too worried about that. Oh. Man, there is not much we're doing about this currently. Wow. Did they find a land 2? I think I'll pack it up if they go to 25. Okay. So now we'll put this... How's the new Lord? The new Lord is great. The only issue I really have has nothing to do with the Vodalian Hexcatcher, which has been pretty good. Honestly, the issues I've been having this league are just with Merfolk as a whole. Because stuff like this happens. Like, the deck is both relatively underpowered, even with the Hexcatcher, against a lot of these just like removal piles. And honestly, that's just what a lot of Modern is removal piles. So the problem with it really becomes like, how do I overcome like the card advantage that decks like this have, right? Because it's already on turn 8. And there's not really too many universes in which I'm standing up to that. I am going to go to 8 here. Because like this deck really just wants to get like a whole mass of... Okay. It just wants a whole mass of permanents to be on the table at the same time. But this denies that for relatively free. But with that said, the Hexcatcher has been really good itself. We also haven't really faced any of the matchups that Hexcatcher is a card that you really want either, though. Like, that can break a shield and then they can Fury. Ew. But, like, we played against the... Okay, so they're not breaking a shield. They're getting a fetch land for Omnath. Okay. Yeah, what am I really doing about any of this? I think the answer is honestly close to nothing. And this is going to be the point where we do really need to start blocking Ice Fangs. I can take exactly one more of these attacks kind of safely. And if they've been sandbagging a third... Oh, no, they don't need to. They can just get a basic. Fuck me. So now how do I navigate this? I can double block Omnath. No, this game's over. Alright. Whatever, we'll just be 1-3. Excuse me. But yeah, hopefully this matchup is something like, I don't know, a Cascade deck, some other combo deck like Creativity, or something that's, you know, just not 75 removal spells out of 75 cards. And we can hopefully, you know, kind of just come back, get ourselves a 2-3. Oh, hell yeah. Thanks for subscribing. You know, there's lots of YouTube stuff on there too. Also, Damas, I have a lot of stuff planned as far as YouTube content goes. Like, I do plan on having access to things like just random games with other content creators. Stuff that's not just gameplay, you know, because... Yes, everybody knows that, like, we're pretty good for gameplay over here, but I would rather have that be almost like a backdrop and not, like, the primary focus. Gigantha tells me that this is probably... Yeah, no, I'll keep this. I do need another blue source specifically to be able to play these cards, but having, like, Subtlety, Vodalian Hexcatcher... helps with both creatures and non-creature spells. And I already don't have a turn 1 play, so the Glassbow Mimic is fine as a land. If they Thoughtseize and that Thoughtseize snags this, then I am super sad. I wish the new lord was a spirits. Oh my god, I wish. Are you kidding me? And it's rags. Okay, that sucks. So it looks like we're playing against Grixis Death Shadow, which on the draw when they have turn 1 rags sucks. But we'll see what actually ends up happening here. Can't lie and say I'm pleased, though. What'd they take? They took a Lord of Atlantis? Alright, so unless they have a blue land, they can't cast that. Looks like they will probably have a blue land. Great. Oh, they're just not going to. Okay. And I found my blue land. Okay. So, that means I guess I'm just going to put the Hexcatcher in and try to trade it with rags. Very unlikely to actually happen, but that might end up being my best way to, you know, really find a way into this game. Let's... Okay, we're not shocking, so they might not be Shadow. They could just be Grixis good cards. Wish granted, New Lord is a spirit, but it's a 3-mana 2/2. Come on, y'all are killing me with this. So let's see which bad thing happens to this. So they still have 4 cards in hand, so there's a lot of removal that they could just, like, use. Alright, pay 1. Obviously, there's no reason for them to pay 1, but, you know, on the hilarious off chance they actually do. You know what? I would play the New Lord if it was a 3-mana 2/2. I would still play that. They got rid of an island? Okay. So, at the very least, I'm glad that we're not in the territory where we can expect them to just, what, like have Unholy Heat active for Sveilun. They have to have either 2 spells or a Fatal Push exactly off of this fetch land. So, like, that's not the end of the world. I don't know. Let's see what happens with our 3/4. The other option I had was to just, like, play Silvergill Adept and then use Silvergill Adept as a chump blocker for rags. But I feel like this might actually be a little better. Especially if I just allow myself to take another rags hit for the sake of letting Sveilun do its thing. That might not be the way, but I'll give myself a chance to try it like this. Patrician Geist? Patrician Geist does not counter spells. It's like, no. Patrician Geist could never do this. Okay, so there's an EI. Not much I'm doing about the EI. That's just Gigantha, whatever. Yeah, no, God, Patrician Geist is absolutely nowhere near being, like, modern playable, sadly. I wish it was, though, because, like, if Hexcatcher was a spirit, I think we'd be cracked. I think you'd be right. Yeah, just having, like, Mausoleum Wanderer or Hexcatcher into Spell Queller. Like, how the hell does any spell-based deck ever beat that? So, like, you know, we understand why it's the way it is, but, like, doesn't mean I have to like it. What's this? Thoughtseize. Sure. So what did I even take here? Subtlety, maybe? They could take one of my 3 lords, but I don't think that's the play. They could take this to prevent me from just, like, getting another land drop, which is actually pretty relevant. And looks like that is what they're going to try to do. Okay. So it might... Yeah. I will trade you for a spell. So if they want to use one of the treasure tokens to... Yeah. Taking 2 damage. Taking 2 damage. Now what? 4/4 Shadow. Okay. Cavern is helpful. Cast this. Let's see if they want to... They only have 1 card. Is it another Unholy Heat? It's not. Okay. So they do have the Death Shadow at 7 currently. Let's see. Fatal Push. Boo. I played some fun games against a friend where we played as if Merfolk, Spirits, and Fairies were the same tribe. Jesus. That sounds actually kind of insane. Because, like, you have the curve of Mausoleum Wanderer into Spell Stutter Sprite into Spell Queller. Yikes. I don't really know how any opponent gets to just resolve a bunch of cards against that. That sounds really deadly. Hell yeah, let's go. So, Death Shadow. High. Bite it. Alright. I will definitely use that. And let's see if this last card in hand is another removal. Okay, so they go to 4. And this is one of those things that I've always liked about playing against Shadow, is that really half the time all you have to do is attack and then stop like 1 or 2 of their plays, because they take themselves out of like 5 or 6 life for you sometimes. And I actually will subtlety this to get rid of a blocker. Oh, I did it again. I keep trying to like point at the spell like it's a force of will. That's not the first time I've done that. It won't be the last. Yeah, exactly. They do half the damage for you. So even though your attacking plan is relatively weak, it's still nice against decks like these, because you really only need to do like 10 to 12 a lot at a time. Is this a Drown in a Lock? It is a Drown in a Lock. Okay, that sucks. So if this is exactly a Fatal Push, then it could really suck to be me. A Silvergill. I actually think the Silvergill might be the smart play here. Andre, don't you fucking dare. I almost messed that up really badly. And like, yeah, taking myself out of the ability to cast my master would have been absolutely dogshit terrible. But now I can do it like this, right? Where we get to draw a card and play master, hopefully giving Harbinger unblockable. Put them on dead to 1 attacker, yeah. A Sveloon is not that helpful. So if this is exactly a Fatal Push in their hand, then I am sad about this. But if it's not, then I have a good blocker for this. And the fact that they're at 1 is only medium relevant, because I'm already losing the teamer. Excuse me. I'm already losing the teamer battle rage, so like I'm not really going to worry about that as an out they could have. I'm just going to try to present the best board I can. So now if they do have 2 removal spells, then sure, we lose. But I think Master would have been dead if they had 2. Expressive, getting scary. Yeah, like Merfolk is not bad with the unblockable here because they play Watery Graves and Steam Vents, but like if Expressive finds double removal spell, then I am clearly not super happy about that. Sweet. All right. So we take game 1 against Death Shadow. Here I want Dismembers, I want Chalices, and I want Kiras. I don't want Forces. I don't want Vials. There. So hopefully this is a lot less spooky for us, but I do like the idea of having Chalice against the deck with like just a million points of removal that costs 1 apiece. I also don't hate this hand. I will keep it. So of course they can Thoughtseize my lands away, and that's a little annoying. But like, that aside, I've got a pretty decent curve of like Rashad Dockhand, tapped land, maybe holding up Subtlety for like a Rags or something. So what happens here? Thoughtseize, Ragavan, Rags. Okay. We'll just let that rock. All right, what do we draw? A Hexcatcher. So I'm going to do it like this. So I very much don't want Rags to hit me, but I also don't know that I wanted to Subtlety there, especially when they could have just dashed on their turn 2. I don't know, but now that I have the Hexcatcher in my hand, I think I certainly would have been a lot more likely to... Oh, I will happily trade this. Okay. So if this is like a Ledger Shredder, I think I will Subtlety that, pitching Hexcatcher. EI. Well, can't do much about that, so you got it. Wait a minute, isn't this their turn 2? It is. So they actually can't draw 2 cards with that unless one of them is exactly a bauble. Yeah, that's just a 2-mana look at 3, draw 1. So, Ponder. And they got rid of another Rags. Okay. I don't know that I like that from opponent. A Tide Shaper. So I don't mind having another 2/2 in case of like a dashed Rags. Or if they just like want to use a removal on this, I'm okay with that because I've got... Oh, okay, sick. So I will take this trade. Allowed. Do they have a 3rd land? They do. And I think I'm still okay with that. Cavernous Souls? Cavernous Souls? Harbinger. Not quite, but also not bad. So here I can Hexcatcher and let that eat a removal spell, untap Sveloon. I don't hate that. And they're staying at 13, so I'm assuming I'm not looking at a dedicated Death Shadow hand either. Which is probably good news for me, because I haven't actually, like, you know, done anything yet. This, I'm just going to let that rock. Excuse me. So now this actually can become a draw 2 instead of the turn 2 expressive, which I don't agree with doing that at all. They play Steam Vents and Death Shadow. Okay. So now Death Shadow can be played, and they have another Rags. Oh, they're just casting it. They're not actually dashing it. Never mind. So let's see about this. Island actually isn't bad. So here I have options. I can place Feilun. I can hold up either Subtlety or Harbinger. And I think while they have only 1 mana, I want to play around Mystical Dispute by casting Feilun. So I'll simply do this. And I'm going to hold back just in case like Unholy Heat can kill this. Do we have 4 card types? We have land, creature, sorcery, currently no instant. Okay. So they don't really have the ability to Unholy Heat this. They can definitely do that, though. Not a fan of that. So if they have exactly 2 Unholy Heats for this, then yeah, that sucks a lot. So they do have to pay the ward. Okay. LOL. That's always fun to do. So now what? Terminate. Thumbs down. Alright. So now they're going to get to do the Rags thing, which really sucks. Medium upside. I almost hope they take a land that's not a cavern. They take Chalice. I mean, alright. I don't like it, but it makes sense. If I draw a land, I can Kira plus Harbinger. I do like that. I can draw another Chalice and then Chalice Harbinger. I like that as well. But Silvergill Adept. Okay. I can get behind that. Now let's see if we counterspelling this. If this is a Drown in a Lock targeting the Silvergill Adept, then I guess I understand. It is. Okay. I will bounce that. So now if they want to do this, they have to dash it and reinvest their mana, which makes life complicated if they also want to buy Giganta in the same turn, because that's currently all of their mana. If they... Yeah, let's just see what happens. Fatal Push. Okay. Come on. Opponents are just coming in with everything. I'm not a fan of this. Alright. So what do they get here? They get a Silvergill Adept that they can't cast. Okay. Which sucks, because I wanted that. A Chalice on 1 is pretty good. They can buy Giganta using the treasure token, which is medium annoying. But at least next turn, then they would have to choose between casting Giganta and casting Rags. So maybe that's not the end of the world, but like... Yeah, I don't know. Let's see. They do buy the Giganta. Okay. So that means that my Subtlety does something, which I actively love. Okay. So that's actually even better now. So no matter which of the 2 creatures they cast, I will be able to dismember it. So that's actually really helpful. So now we know their hand is Rags plus Giganta plus X. And they're going to dash to Rags. Okay. So I'm going to do this first, but of course, this. So I'm going to go to 12. Let's try to get rid of Rags. And if this all just goes, then I get to attack with Kira, take them down to 8. Hopefully dodging a Death Shadow right now. Phew, no Death Shadow. All right, sick. So now I get to Subtlety the Gigantha too, if they just use all their mana to cast that. So I am a fan of that. And honestly, Master has close to no value right now. So I don't mind that. If they try to Thought Seize, then I'll put Subtlety in response to that. There is a Death Shadow. I am going to Subtlety that. So, I know their hand is Gigantha plus exactly one more card. And if I can put Death Shadow away from the battlefield using the Subtlety, then I've got a pretty respectable clock here. That hopefully they don't get to do much about. Where did they put that? They put that on top of their deck. So they want to draw the Death Shadow again? I don't know about that one, opponent. Okay. And honestly, 2-3 is not exactly what I wanted to see as far as a record goes. But I am glad to have at least been able to, you know, win some matches with the deck. And all things considered, I think this felt like okay-ish. So this deck is pretty strong against cards that are just trying to like resolve one big thing. Like the Hexcatcher, when you add that to the Force Negation and the Subtlety, does make it so that giant plays are really hard to resolve. I do like that for the deck. The thing that I don't like is that unlike Spirits, this deck is really bad at protecting itself, and that's where Spirits' strength lies. So my conclusion for this really is that this is really fun. And I had a good time, and it's got some good matchups against spell-based decks. Mutavault is also just like a hell of a card. But I don't think I would play this over Spirits at a big tournament. Just because, like, Spirits is just as good against big spells. Like, they have Hexcatcher, we have Mausoleum Wanderer. Almost the same kind of comparison there. Except we can also play the Force and the Subtlety if we really want to. We don't have anything near as powerful as Sfeilun. But Sfeilun exactly aside, I think I like what we're doing here. So I would play this again in a 5-0 league, but I don't think I would play this at a big tournament over Spirits. So what I'm going to do now is just go on like a quick bio break and then swap to a new deck. Next, we're going to be playing Pioneer Elves. So I'm going to put this up for right now. And then when I'm back from my break there, I'm going to go ahead and swap out the cards so that we can go to Mana Traders, rent everything needed for this deck, and then we can play a league with this as well. But I'll be back and ready to speak with you all in a few minutes.
can life be what you want it to be? You're frozen when your heart's not open. You're so consumed with how much you get. You waste your time with hate and regret. You're broken when your heart's not open. If I could melt your heart, we'd never be apart. Give yourself to me. Now there's no point in placing the blame, and you should know I suffer the same. If I lose you, my heart will be broken. Love is a bird, she needs to fly. Let all the hurt inside of you die. You're frozen when your heart's not open. If I could melt your heart, we'd never be apart. Give yourself to me. You hold the You only see what your eyes want to see. How can life be what you want it to be? You're frozen when your heart's not open. If I could melt your heart, we'd never be apart. Give yourself
There's my face. All right. And we are back. So, now that we went ahead and got to do things, we are switching decks, and we're going to be switching over to Pioneer Elves, which is going to be taking advantage of Leaf Crown Visionary, the new Lord from Dominaria United. The idea here is that we want all of our lands to be able to produce green nice and early. So we've got Blooming Marshes, Overgrown Tombs. We're splashing black lands because we're playing Shaman of the Pack, along with some sideboard cards here. We'll talk about the sideboard cards later. We've got a Boseiju, a couple of Lair of the Hydra, some basic forests, all of which to make sure that we're able to play any of our 12 one-drop mana dorks on time. We also have 2 copies of Nykthos because this deck can get degenerate really quickly, and thanks to Leaf Crown Visionary, we'll be able to hopefully draw enough cards to actually make use of all the mana we get from Nykthos. We've got Elvish Mystic and Jaspera Sentinel to go along with Llanowar Elves, and our 2-drop spot is really robust now with the Visionary. We of course have 4 of these, but also 4 Elvish Clancaller, 4 Elvish War Masters, and then 2 copies of Dwynen's Elite. Our 3-drop spot is really where the meat and potatoes lives. We have Steelleaf Champion, which is an elf, but also is just like kind of hard to kill on its own. We've got 4 copies of Shaman of the Pack, which kind of helps hyper combo finish opponents, especially if we kind of find them off of Collected Company. And then the other cards are going to be 2 copies of Realm Walker, which again with Nykthos gives you some absolutely absurd mana advantage. And then 2 copies of Growing Rides of Itlimoc, which the front face, whatever, you just pay 3, you look at the top 4, you get a creature, that's kind of whatever. But if you have 4 creatures at your end step, then you get to transform it into literally Gaia's Cradle. So Gaia's Cradle with this deck is hopefully going to be some ultra nasty BS. And when you combine a Gaia's Cradle with Nykthos, then this deck has the potential to make a metric shit ton of mana. And that's kind of what I'm hoping to have happen here. Our sideboard is going to just do a couple of things here. We've got Heroic Intervention to stop cards like Supreme Verdict from ruining your day. Shaper Sanctuary is going to be for all of the decks that try to kill you with a bunch of spot removal. So that'll be like Rakdos, Mono Red, any of the control variants. And we'll be pretty happy to see Shaper Sanctuary against those things. We've got 3 Fatal Push, just in case of decks like Heroic or whatnot that might not care so much about our plan. Instead, we can stop them long enough for our plan to be relevant. Epic Downfall is a pretty sweet one that I saw on a list, and this is going to help with a lot of the higher CMC cards that we just don't want to deal with. So cards like Kalitas, cards like Arclight Phoenix, you can even tap cards like a Dream Trawler if you really need to, but the first 2 are going to be the primary functions for this card. And then we've got 4 Leyline of the Void, and that's going to be helpful against a whole lot of the format right now. Like, a lot of the format's graveyard-based. Like, we've got Greasefang, Arclight Phoenix, really any of the prowess decks that are trying to play, like, Treasure Cruise, things like that. And I'm sure there's, like, random mono black decks that like reanimating cards out of their graveyards. So, Leyline of the Void has a lot of jobs right now. So now that we're playing Pioneer, let's hop right into some Elves. We're going to swap formats and see if the green boys do hopefully a lot better than Merfolk did in Modern. But as we can see, like all of these new lords that are coming out of Dominaria United, they're already having a lot of impact on multiple formats. If I feel like still playing Magic after this league, then we might even switch over to Legacy Goblins, which also makes use of the Lord from Dominaria United for that deck too. Just tons and tons of impact from this set, and we're only in like the first week. Like remember, today's only Tuesday. This set's only been out, what is today, the 5th day? Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, so today's the 6th day. Like, so not even a full weekend, and we're already seeing a lot of impact from these cards. So I'm pretty excited to see what happens to multiple formats in the future. Ooh, and our matches here, we got the die roll, and our hand is 2 lands, elf, and stuff to do with it. I do want a 2-drop in case my Llanowar Elves actually dies, but if I don't get one, I'll be pretty happy to just like jam this and go from there. So this feels alright. Poom Daddy, that's your username, opponent? Jeez, that's kind of wild, not gonna lie. So let's see if I can, oh no. Oh yes, I want to just cast my biggest, meanest thing. So now let's see if they... Oh, Jund colors. Are we sacrifice? Are we taking my Steel Leaf Champion? We are... Oh, no, we're taking my Llanowar Elves. So Village Rites then? Deadly Dispute. Okay. That's a little surprising that they would take that over this. I technically understand where you're coming from there. I don't know that I agree with it, but I understand it. So now I don't have a third land to cast my other threatening things, but we do still have a lot of stuff to say. So I can Elvish Clancaller. I can Shaman of the Pact if like things get really dire for them. We are casting a Kiki Jiki that cannot block my Steel Leaf Champion. Ooh. Do I want to Sentinel or do I want to Clancaller to get this attack in? I think I want to just Clancaller, and just put as much power and toughness as I can on the table and make them deal with all of it. So the draw 2, drop 2 can be really relevant here, but they have a lot of bodies to overcome already. Of note, there is a Cauldron Familiar in the yard, so I gotta look out for that. Actually, do I? I don't... They currently don't have a way to make food. Carry Zev's Expertise. Okay. And 2 treasure tokens. So that is good, but still currently not good enough. If I draw a land, I can just Shaman it to pack them for 4. Well, actually, technically 5, because I can order my triggers in a way that Shaman resolves last. But let's see what actually happens here. Another Fable. Okay. So, not bad. Currently not good enough. So I'm going to play this pre-combat because if they block the War Master, I do want to make sure I still have things. So what happens here? They can have an instant speed removal spell. Block here, kill here. They take 1. I'm still okay with that, so I'm just going to attack all. Assuming that they have to block the Elvish War Master to just live, then this is a free attack. Yeah, okay. So they go down to 1. And I'm going to just play the other Jespera Sentinel and just produce a giant board. Good luck dealing with this opponent. Granted, they do have some things that they have the ability to sacrifice maybe, and technically a couple of blockers now. So in theory, my board is not completely safe from like Mayhem Devil plus Witch's Oven exactly. I don't think that's good enough, but that's definitely not good enough. Okay. Okay, yeah, they're dead. So really all we need is just to untap, and this is already in my hand, so we're good there. Yeah, so far so good. So now they're paying costs. They reflection on that and kill what? Elvish War Master? No, they can't. They can still only kill... Oh, Clancaller. That's fine. And a cat to go up to 2. Okay, so still not good enough because I've got 3 of 5 attackers that are 3 blockers. Yeah. Sorry, opponent. Okay, they see it. All right, so that takes care of that. What do I want out of this? I would like Shaper Sanctuaries. I would also like... Do I want Fatal Push, or do I just want my own plan instead? I think I just want my own plan instead. Realm Walker is a little mid here. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think Shaper Sanctuary is just going to get me a lot more cards than like a Realm Walker would. And against a deck that does have the potential to just like machine gun my creatures down, I don't know that Growing Rights is really what I want. So I'll keep one, but not the second. And what's our hand? This is actually fine. So I do, of course, have the Growing Rights anyway. That's kind of whatever. But I do have, like, Elvish Mystic. Assuming no Thought Sees. It's just a cat, okay. War Master's actively pretty good. With specifically War Master, I would really like to draw another 1-drop. So let's see what ends up happening here. They can just, like, take my friend here, which I'm not a huge fan of. Okay, so that's not happening. If they want to... Damn it. Annoying, but whatever. Oh. So now... Do I just want to play Elvish Mystic, or do I want to play an Elvish War Master? I think I actually want to just play the Leaf Crown Visionary. Let's think about this. No. I'm going to play the War Master. So if they kill the War Master, I clearly don't like that as much. But I think this has the highest upside to being able to untap, right? Because, like, this is going to be the card that's most likely to get me towards this. But I would rather have this die than either this or this. So maybe Clancaller was the play there. Yeah, maybe Clancaller was the play. But they only have 2 cards in hand. An Overgrown Tomb is actually pretty helpful. Definitely playing that. And I think I'm going to play the Clancaller here as, like, the bait lord, if you will. So I need to be a little careful with my life total, too. I am at 12. But my opponent's been dealing with my threats pretty well. But I still think I'm mostly okay here. A War Master plus a Leaf Crown Visionary isn't bad. Let's do that. Lots and lots of elves. Lots and lots of elves. No real point to attacking. They can block. Whatever. So, next turn here, if I have the ability to untap with most/all of these creatures, then I will be able to have Growing Rights transform too, which is really nice. Especially since the extra mana can honestly do all kinds of stuff. Like, it can help me pump this. Oh, that's scary. They can kill the Clancaller right now. They can't kill the War Master currently. But I can also just, like, hopefully start drawing cards, too, if that's allowed to untap. Oh, never mind. That thing's dead. Good night, Visionary. Oh, man. So now they can sacrifice one more thing and kill my Elvish Mystic, too? Yeah. Shit. Jesus. Okay. How do I get out of this? So, I think I'm going to Shaman it a pack now. Get my second body. And I want to resolve them specifically like this clicking on the Shaman attack first so that it resolves last. This way I get my extra 1 point of damage out of the new token. And I think I will chill. I can't really attack a 2/2 into a 3/3, so yeah. Man, Mayhem Devil sucks. What's this? Oh, carries Elves. That's annoying. So they get to take my shit and kill my board with it? Yeah. And another Witch's Oven? Bruh. Alright. Fine. Game 3. Yeah, maybe that is appropriate. Alright. So, I'll do that to hedge around exactly to Mayhem Devil. What's this? How do I play this here? Can I play this? No land, start with Leaf Crown. I don't think this hand does enough. This is a lot better. I'm going to put back Nykthos. Because, like, in no universe am I guaranteed to be able to actually make use of all of my, my devotion pips on the table. Because, like, these creatures are just so likely to die in this deck. So I think I'm just going to shock this on the ridiculously off chance that my, Boseiju actually needs to be a Boseiju and not a land. So let's see if this is just a cat. It is just a cat. Okay. Okay. So I'm going to do this. Now you can make green and this. So now we at least have like a respectable board to play with. And let's see what happens here. Okay, my War Master's dead, but that's okay-ish because I do have another. Okay. So now I can attack with these two. I think I really like Leyline. I kind of like Leyline. Like, I do understand, like, that, but I think it's only for the cat combo part of the deck, which is a big part of the deck. I understand. But I don't want to dilute my deck too much. And here, like, this is good enough against that. That's not black mana. There we go. And I'll do this to get my extra 2 friends in play. Get my attacks in. Alright. So now what I want to see are like just Lord effects would be really nice. What do you cost to activate? 6? No, 7. That's a lot. Are you a... Oh, come on! You just have all of the things. Okay. Alright. Well, that sucks. Oh, and I can't draw a Coco. Alright, let's draw a Coco next turn, I guess. Yeah. Okay. So, a Coco would be super lovely here. That's not good. You're not wrong. Seems to be a better matchup for you game 3. Potentially, yeah. Like, but this is game 3, so yikes. I mean, I don't know. Like, obviously this stinks, but like a single Coco could also just dig me all the way out of this. Alright. But yeah. Okay, we're just activating this. So, deck, give me, like, a Collected Company would be especially lovely, but, like, really anything that generates card advantage would be welcome. I also don't mind if they just play, like, a Mayhem Devil next turn so that I can downfall it. A Clan Caller is not actually good without one more land to be able to use it, but it's not nothing. Of note, I am going down to 5, so... Okay, more land drops. More Hive of the Eye Tyrant, you got it. So if they just, like, I don't know, take this plus Deadly Dispute, then I am really sad about that. Still has Menace, though, so I can't block this. Meat Hook strikes again. Yeah, you're not wrong. Meat Hook is really annoying. So at least now they can't attack, which is nice. Coco off the top, that, please, right? Like, I really, really need that in my life. So at least they can't attack with this without a Come on. Will you please just stop having everything? And I'm dead to that because I can't block it either. So that's unfortunate. Ay. Mayhem Devil every single time. I can't ever escape it. Yeah. And as far as that last game went, I really don't think that I was ever supposed to try playing around the Meat Hook Massacre because, like, the Mayhem Devil part of the deck is so devastating that, like, I almost need to focus more on that and hope they don't have a Meat Hook, and they just did. Unfortunately, our next few draw steps all happened to, like, contain lands, and when we did draw a creature, they had the solution for it, so, like, you know, oh. Okay, this is better. No companion reveal, so we don't know what's happening there. I'm gonna keep this and kill off the Nykthos? No, the Clan Caller. Yes. Fanatical Firebrand. Okay. So, another deck that I really just don't want to be looking at. Like, man, we can't catch any breaks at all. So, luckily, this is a 1-2 and not a 1-1, so this can't kill it on its own, but they do still play, like, Bone Crusher Giant, so this Sentinel can just still get stomped out. I kind of hope they just have, like, I don't know, some other creature that's not a Bone Crusher Giant. Not that one. Okay. I swear, we're just not allowed to catch any breaks. Dwine into late. So I'll take 2 for that. And then next turn, in theory, I can Coco if my Jaspera Sentinel lives. So, like, that's not nothing. I do have a blocker for the Eidolon and a Firebrand. And I can Coco next turn if this thing lives. So, all is not lost, but man... Burning Tree, okay. So that's... And another Firebrand. So they can double Firebrand a Sentinel? Get out! Get out, get out, get out, get out, get out. Oh my god, they didn't kill it. They didn't kill it. Y'all, they didn't kill it. Double Lord, double Lord, double Lord. Clan Caller Realm Walker is almost double Lord, but Clan Caller will just die to a Firebrand, so I'm actually going to grab Realm Walker Shaman of the pack. Yeah. Alright, sweet. Phew! That was not going to be easy. So, Sanctuary in, Rights out, and 1 Realm Walker out. That's easy. Okay, opponent. Yeah, right? Like, there's no way I should have untapped with that Jespera Sentinel, and they probably shouldn't have attacked with the Eidolon. So, we kind of got away with one there. Do I want Fatal Push more than Dwynen's Elites? Actually, yes. Oh, oops. Maybe not. Too slow. Yeah? Yeah, okay. I think I'm actually in for this. So, it is a painful one-lander, but I've got the Sanctuary, I've got a Llanowar Elves, and a Jespera Sentinel that's not a 1-1 against Fanatical Firebrand. So let's see what happens. A Swiss Spear, okay. What? Oh, come on, opponent. Not like this. So this is going to hurt, though. Especially if this draw is an Eidolon. If they play an Eidolon on turn 2... They don't. Okay. I was going to say, if they play an Eidolon on turn 2, I was actually kind of likely to just go to game 3 there. But they have to play with fire, too. Okay. Okay. I think I do want to still do this. Like, Llanowar 8 Wastes is, this ain't it. So, please no Eidolon. And X is actually not even that bad for me. So I take 1, which is kind of whatever. I mean, it's not fully whatever, obviously, but it could get a lot worse than that. Dwynen's Elite. More Llanowars. So, at least we have mana, respectable blockers, kind of, and something smart to say about... Oh no, I'm dying to Embercleave. That sucks. Alright. So, if the card is Embercleave, then I am just stone dead to it. If I get to have them do what? A removal spell is almost what I want to see the most. Okay, and Burning Tree means that there is no Embercleave coming this turn, which is nice. So that's not nothing. So if we do it like this, I can take 1. The token is not that bad. A basic forest is actually super welcome. So let's War Master first. I really don't want to take the 1 here. So I'm going to do this. So how do I dig myself out of this? I can block Anax with the Elf Warrior token, block 1/1s with War Master, and cross my fingers from there? I think that's what we're looking at, is some advanced finger crossing here. Another Anax so that they can sacrifice and get more tokens. You got it. So they're going to get 4 tokens out of that. And I'm clearly not a big fan of that, but... Okay. So, blocks... Block. I think we're going to gamble, because I'm already losing, so... Okay. Maybe not that one. So I'm going to do this, and I'm going to get to stack it so that War Master resolves first, and then Shaman resolves after. So I do have not really any play, but I think we might have the ability to technically live if they cast something instead of using Castle Embereth. And by something, I don't mean like Torbran. Sekenzin? And Firebrand. Okay. That's not helpful. Also, I think that might have done it. Alright. So now we'll try to be on the play, and I will take out the cards I wanted for the Fatal Pushes. Yeah, let's try this. We are a little slow. No, we're a lot slow. Go away. This is a lot better. And I think Nykthos is the card to leave. Or is Shaman? No, Shaman in the pack is the card to leave. Alright, so not a fan of taking the 2 here, but that is what I'm going to do. And let's see if my next draw step can be like another 1-drop to go with the Leaf Count Visionary into Jaspera Sentinel play. What are we casting? Play with Fire. Okay. Not a fan, but it happens. You know, the worst part about this is I actually thought about taking these out for more basic forests. For exactly this reason. Like, my 2 5/4s against mono red aren't playable. Ugh, God. Alright. This is, yeah. Man. And I thought about this exact scenario when I was, like, looking at lists and copying and pasting things. Look at this. A basic forest and I would be so far ahead. Okay. So, give me an untapped land. That's not an untapped land. And so, if they Bone Crusher Giant this, then I am so far behind. Okay. Okay, so that's just prowess, which is still important, but it's not killing my War Master. That is. Okay. So I'm still in the market for that forest. Never the forest. Okay. I knew this was going to happen at least once. Chain Whirler. You know... Oh, okay. So we do finally get the forest that we needed. Very, very late. Because, like, if this was the forest, then, yeah, sure, one of these would have eaten the lava coil, but I'd probably be at, like, 15 instead of 8, since I could have just casted both of those. So, I got some work on my hands. God, am I ever beating an Embercleave either? The answer's gotta be hell no. Like, no shot am I ever beating an Embercleave. Warp. Oh my Lanta, what am I supposed to do with this? Alright. So, like, we're just ultra omega dead, right? Like, there's no way I'm still going to be participating after this turn. I guess. Burning Tree, okay. And a Kamano, sure. So I'm at 5. Not helpful without mana? Great. So I guess I go to 4 and hope to God I'm allowed to block? I'm so mad about this, Nykthos. I would say y'all don't understand, but you're literally watching, so you do understand. And Den of the Bugbear. Okay, so they can't activate Castle Embereth, which is nice. So I'm just gonna block like this. I guess this doesn't actually matter which way I do it like this. Because I'm pretty dead to any damage spell to my face anyway. So I can do what? Play Shaper Sanctuary, transmute this into 4 mana, play Steel Leaf Champion. Or I could go to 1. If I go to 1, then I can... No, I can't do that. And I need exactly 1 more mana than I have access to. Great. Fuck you, Nykthos. Seriously? Damn. I am just dead because this is going to come in with haste, and I can't cast both of these creatures no matter what I do. So, like, if I play Shaper Sanctuary, that's 4 pips for Nykthos. I can transmute Nykthos without taking a pan, but I can still only play one of these cards. If I play Elvish Clangcaller first, then that's 2 green mana, and I don't have a third for this. If I just play Steel Leaf Champion, then I only have 2 bodies for the 3 attackers. So I'm just dead. Man. That is unfortunate. God. Yeah, that Nykthos honestly sucked. So now I'm kind of thinking about how... Never mind the Nykthos, because, like, we know that was bad. But, like, how else could that matchup have gone a little differently? Like, obviously being able to cast the Steel Leaf Champions on time would have been super fantastic. But I don't know, I think I like most of the choices that we made there. Like, we didn't see any of the fatal pushes that we were looking for. And the Shaper Sanctuary did come in a little too late to help, but it was still, like, able to do its job. So, let's try again. This is fine. So I'm going to Blooming Marsh into my Llanowar Elves and then kind of see what happens from there. Red-White. Unlucky Witness. Won't lie and say I saw that coming. So I'm just going to cast my big beefy boy here. And in theory, my Leaf Crown Visionaries should be able to allow... Oh, it's just Mardu Sacrifice. Okay. But this hand actually deals with that somewhat well. So I guess I'm just going to cast the War Master first, and then my Leaf Crown Visionary. So here I've got like a giant battlefield. The Seal of Champion can't be blocked. So this hand is finally doing like the elf thing. But I still don't like facing any of these sacrifice archetypes. Like this single Mayhem Devil could just be pretty bad because now my Visionary's dead. And likely so is my War Master. Oh no, they're leaving the War Master and killing my tokens. Okay. Sure. That's... I have 5 mana. So I can use the Visionary. Uh-huh. So goodbye, Unlucky Witness? No, not even. Okay. So how do I get out of this now? And I don't know the answer is that I do. Black, white? Rite of Oblivion. Ugh. Alright. Well, shit. And now I have basically no board. I won't lie and say that the Mardu version of this isn't cool, but man... can't escape it. Just cannot get away from the Mayhem Devils. Alright. For what it's worth, this hand isn't bad. So now, let's see. They can't just, like, kill this, though. Unlucky Witness, okay. Llanowar Elves, not bad. So that means I want a War Master first, and then use that to play the Llanowar Elves. And at least now we have a board that allows ourselves to play the Clan Caller, see if they steal something. They do steal something. Not blocking. And they'll get to sacrifice that for a food. Not a fan. So now what? Blooming Marsh. Actually, kind of helpful. Because I can play all of my cards now. Green, green, green. And I can still attack with my 2/2. So, like, my board is at least developed now. And if they play a Mayhem Devil, I do have an answer for that. But, man, I am so sick of this deck, you know? Alright, so it looks like my Clan Caller is gonna be the one to bite it here. So I'm gonna do this first. Wait a minute. How much mana do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, just 5, not 6. Fuck. So I can't actually use this, which sucks. Alright. So I'm still gonna get rid of it, though. And they can sacrifice Unlucky Witness to kill this, and that sucks. Alright. So now we're just going to get some attacks in. If they want to block this, they can. Yeah. Fable and a Courtyard. Okay. Which actually isn't even that bad because the 2/2 can't block this. So, like... Oh, well, fine. But they can still cast the... Oh, no, they don't have any treasures. Okay. And another Witch's Oven. And another Witness. Okay. That's not bad. So now if I'm allowed to untap with this, any creature is not a terrible draw, because I'll at least be able to do the whole Glimpse of Nature thing, if possible. A Deadly Dispute, okay. And a cat. So the cat is annoying. Okay, multiple. The cats are annoying, plural. A Shaper Sanctuary is not really what I wanted. So I can attack. If they double block one of these and simply let them die. Okay. So, but that's not really, like, actually getting me anywhere. That's more parity than actually doing anything productive. So I still want to see at least one creature so that we can, like, truly break parity and start doing the thing. A Mayhem Devil really sucks for this board, but at least there's Shaper Sanctuary. Wedding Announcement. That's actually kind of good. Creature only. I don't think there really is a point to this attack, so I will just attack with the 2/3 and see if they want to. Okay, I was gonna say, and I will see if they want to triple block with the human token, because I will let them do that. But as it stands, I really need to just, like, start seeing more creatures here. So I'm at 8. Oof. I don't see this going well. A third cat too. Jeez, What am I supposed to do with this? All right. Wait, what am I doing? I'm dead on board. They have 3 ovens. We're dead. Wow. 0-3 with Elves. Okay. So that's unfortunate. So I am going to go ahead and call that a league for this deck. Like, this, that just was bad. But I think the deck might still have some potential. Obviously, like, seeing Mayhem Devil in 2 out of 3 rounds, you know, you just lose the matchup lottery. It is what it is sometimes. And I don't necessarily mind that. It's kind of whatever. And the number of times that we are only playing 2 of these and we saw both of them, you know, shit happens, I guess. So I'm going to say that that was an especially terrible run for the deck, but I think the deck actually still can do the thing sometimes, right? Like, if we're allowed to untap with any of our Llanowar Elves effects, like playing this on turn 2 is just a lot bigger than what a lot of decks can handle, and I'm glad that we at least got to see that. We never got a turn where we got to untap with Leaf Crown Visionary and creatures at the same time in hand, so I think that was just one of those small sample size runs that ended up just being really bad. But I think this deck is still worth playing for the people who do actually like Elves. So what I'm going to do here is go ahead and eat a quick lunch, and I'll do that for about half an hour. When we do that, I will go ahead and let y'all just in the chat decide what we might end up playing next. We could play some Spirits in Pioneer, we can play some Goblins in Legacy, or we could even slide over to Arena and play more Spirits in Explorer in Mono Blue, since I have not played any Spirits yet today. So that's going to be what we go ahead and discuss there. Let's see. There we go. So y'all go ahead and decide on that. and I will be back in about 30 minutes, so make that about 2:50 p.m. And like I said, that's going to be the plan when we're back. So I will see y'all in a little bit, and that's it.
Friday then. It's Saturday, Sunday. What? It's Friday again. It's Saturday, Sunday. What? It's Friday again. It's Saturday, Sunday.
It's Friday again. It's Saturday, Sunday. It's Friday again. I thought the hands of time would change me, and I'd be over this by now. Yeah, it's been too long since we got crazy. I'm lucky spinning out.
There we go. What's good, everybody? We're back. So what I want to do now is go ahead and slide out of Magic the Gathering online. And yeah, let's go ahead and head over towards Arena, where we can go ahead and continue to play Spirits and Explore. Now, one thing that we could do is also like build some kind of standard deck. Because I think I have most of the relevant cards that I would want to play from new set, but I don't know. So I think we're going to play some Spirits and Explore, just because, like, I really should be paying a lot more attention to arena gameplay anyway, because it's just not really, like, a thing that I ever pay that much attention to. But if I'm going to be streaming and playing a lot more, then it probably makes sense that I should actually try to care about arena some, right? Like, maybe play in like the ladder, get up to high mythic rankings, you know, do all of that good stuff, but also like prepare for what I would perceive the metagame to be like, so that in the event that we actually want to do things like qualifier events, those will be a lot more possible if I actually, you know, play in the first place. So that's gonna be basically what we're doing right now, is honestly just kind of like forcing myself to play arena so that I can keep better tabs of what happens in the Explore format and kind of go from there. And then by extension, that also means that we'd be playing a little bit more of the other arena formats too. Maybe some standard here and there once I even honestly see what I have as far as standard cards anyway, but see what decks are out there and really just jump back into the format from a close to zero starting point. So let's go ahead and first, what I'm doing here is kind of checking out the various deals that exist on the arena store, because this is also one of those things that like I don't really check out too much, you know, but it is usually like the best way to get these cool styled versions of the cards, and that's a lot of why I have just about everything that I want to play, like, but in the styled version, even though we're not actually like spending money on cards, which is nice, because like, don't get me wrong, I don't have anything against arena, but I currently don't care about these formats enough, discard whatever that is, to actually, like, you know, say that, oh hey, you know, I'm an arena grinder. That's just not true. But I think I like, just in general, really playing Magic enough to eventually get to that point. So here's what we're going to be playing in a few minutes here. This is just going to be, I called it the Flying Deck because, I don't know, it's a funny title, it is the Flying Deck. But we played 4 Spectre Sailor, 4 Mausoleum Wanderer, and then 2 Lantern Bearer instead of any copies of Ascendant Spirit. And that was on purpose. I ended up putting out a whole video with some gameplay explanations, reasons why, on YouTube this morning. So if you want to go ahead and check that out, then by all means, definitely make sure to check out that video. And also what I'm doing is updating the Stream Decker function here too, so that whether you're on Twitch or YouTube, it doesn't matter. Either way, you'll be able to enter !deck, and that will get us to the point where we'll be able to straight up teleport to the deck list page and view it. So give me one moment while I update that. There. So let's go ahead and there. So now that that's submitted, you can go ahead, enter !deck, and that'll actually get you right to the deck list that we're playing now. So we're going to go ahead and jump right into an Explorer best of 3 match, and hopefully this is just as good a time as I think it's going to be, because like, I've been really liking Spirits Spots in both Pioneer and Explorer. I mean, I always like Spirits Spot in formats that I choose to play, but even more so than usual, I think it's like actively good here, especially since now that Combat Research is out, and so is Mausoleum Wanderer, we actually have the entire Arena version of the deck, minus maybe some sideboard choices, available here on Arena too. So like, you don't have to pick and choose between Arena and Magic Online like you normally would with a bunch of other decks. For example, Arclight Phoenix doesn't exist as a deck here, because even though Arclight Phoenix is a card that exists on Arena, Treasure Cruise and Temporal Trespass are not. So it's still going to be like a slightly different environment for most folks. And this hand's fine. Like, I got a 1-drop, a couple of 2-drops, a counterspell. I'm in for it. So I'm going to go ahead and play this because it's sorcery speed and I have to. Sundown Pass. Now I'm wondering what I'm playing against. Is it just like, I don't know, a really Sundown Pass Stormcarved Coast? Okay. So are we... Oh, my Lanta, they're just off it. Well, that happens sometimes too when we catch people on control decks. Oh, they just don't even want to fight the matchup at all. Well, that will happen sometimes. People really don't like this deck. So let's just go ahead and jump right into another one. That's hilarious though. Like, I would expect that more on like the best of 1 ladders rather than the, you know, the ranked best of 3. But I guess they decided to not spend 15 to 20 minutes of their time kind of getting their ass kicked by spirits and then going from there. This hand's also fine. Like, I don't have a 1-drop to play, but I do have like a couple of decent 2-drops, Rattle Chains to back everything up, and this just in case I draw more lands and get into some trouble. I like that sleeve. It's okay. So it looks like we're fighting against Mayhem Devil here too. Annoying. But I'm gonna go ahead and just start off with Shacklegeist here, since it is the creature I think I care least about. And then starting next turn, I can hold up Lofty / Rattle Chains. So like, that's not bad. They can just like play what? Witch's Oven, steal this, sack it. Like, that kind of sucks if that's what happens. A Bloodtithe Harvester is much less annoying. I actively really like the Spectral Sailor draw here. So what I'm going to do here is put a stop in their upkeep so that I can just go ahead and tap the Bloodtithe Harvester in their upkeep, because this can only be activated as a sorcery. So now they can attack with their currently biggest attacker. If they want to try to get cute with a removal of some sort, I have Rattle Chains, and if they cast Mayhem Devil, I've got Lofty Denial. So all things considered, I'm not very sad about the way this is going to go. Another Harvester? I will actually Lofty that because I don't want to use my Rattle Chains. And I can take this attack for 1. That's kind of whatever. A Combat Research is a fairly excellent draw. Okay. So I'm going to put it on the Shacklegeist and not the Spectral Sailor, because I want my opponent to, if they have access to a Mayhem Devil here, 1 ping is not good enough to finish off a Shacklegeist. And if they want to sacrifice this, then I've got Rattle Chains. So, like, minus exactly like a Fatal Push or a Bone Crusher Giant here currently, this is about as safe as it gets. So I'm hoping that ends up being what actually happens. Okay, so we have a 3rd Bloodtithe Harvester. Okay, so that's, once again, I gotta look out for Shacklegeist. I'm not blocking it. And that's a treasure, so I also need to be aware that, yes, they do in fact have mana. So here, if I'm allowed to untap... Oh, never mind. They're just using their mana. Never mind. I was gonna say, if I'm allowed to untap, then... Oh, that's actually pretty good. I will play 1 Supreme Phantom? Or do I play 0? Knowing that they go down to 10, double Supreme Phantom means lethal. Yeah. They have a lot of bloods too, so I'm not going to be able to stop them from killing Shacklegeist with the Bloodtithe Harvester. And now I'm a liar because I totally can. Yeah, go. So what I was going to say previously is that if I don't draw something like a Rattle Chains, then I would have ended up having to play 2 creatures during my turn and once again tap the Blood-type Harvester in their upkeep. But here, I'm just gonna get to do cool things. So Deadly Dispute, I honestly don't know that I care. So they have 3 mana to play with, and it's not gonna happen for their removal spell. Just 2 mana. They can attack, but like, who cares? Liliana. That's fine. I'll just sacrifice the Spectral Sailor. Yeah, that's fine. So goodbye Spectral Sailor, and then I can still just play Supreme Phantom. I'll even block both of these. Just maximum dominance, right? Alright. Since they played their land already and don't have any access to treasure tokens, yeah, I'm like, there's really no benefit they get out of this. But what do I want here? I want, I think, Unlicensed Hearse and Orvar, and that's like it? Do I even want the Orvar? Because they're not actually a discard deck. Like, I didn't see any Croxas or anything. But this is me playing around the possibility of Croxa. I think Shacklegeist is my worst creature, and I will put in the Orvars because they're still better than Shacklegeist. Not that Shacklegeist is like terrible, but it's not good in this matchup either. The Hearse can at least play around the Cat Car combo. Hey, what up, Rich and Mike? How y'all both doing? So, yeah, we're doing a little bit of, you know, like everything testing, software testing, settings testing, making sure that like things are able to go nice and smoothly here for streams. And what we did earlier was we played a couple of leagues with decks that take advantage of the new tribal lords. Like we played Elves, and to be honest, that was pretty miserable. And we played Merfolk, which did go better, but was still not great. Ultimately, I think the lords are fine, but not like, holy Jesus, this is crazy good, you know? So that ended up being like how I kind of felt on both Elves and Merfolk. But here we're going to be playing Spirits, which also got a new card in Dominaria United. We're playing with 2 copies of Combat Research, so that we have like these type of Curious Obsession draws a lot more often. I also took out Descendant Spirit because I didn't want a non-flyer in the deck, and instead we put in Lantern Bearer as a 2-of. So now we have a much more consistently able to fly and do the Spirits thing deck. So even here, like I've got a 1-drop that flies, and I can immediately pair it up with an extra card draw every turn. And unless they can remove it, I'm just going to win the game like that, because they currently don't have any flyers in their deck at all to block. So doing that so much more consistently with the flyers and with Combat Research on top of Curious Obsessions has led to a really, really consistent deck. And honestly, that's the only problem that this deck really had, other than the fact that we just have some bad matchups into really aggressive decks. But, you know, every deck you play will have a weakness somewhere. So I've currently been really liking what's happening over here in Spirit's Land. So a Mausoleum Wanderer is also like actively really fantastic. Now, if they want to develop like some kind of spell to stop what I'm doing, I think I'm going to play Lantern Bearer. Yeah, because now if they want to like use a spell at sorcery speed to kill Lantern Bearer, I'm okay with that, because Lantern Bearer is, yeah, that's fine, because this is the creature that I care the least about. But here what I can do is play Mausoleum Wanderer and then use it to protect Spectral Sailor. Spectral Sailor is actually the target I want to use the Curious Obsession on. And I want Mausoleum Wanderer to stick around and protect it. So that's fine. So now that the Mausoleum Wanderer is dead, I'm hoping that their 2 removal spells is all they came at me. It's Greasefang. It's actually not even, whatchamacallit. Okay. So this is just Mardu Greasefang? That's fine, actually. So let's go ahead and attack. Do the thing, draw my card. And Geistlight Snare! Let's go! So I can do one of 2 things. I can resolve my Unlicensed Hearse, or I can hold up Geistlight Snare and protect this Spectral Sailor. I think I want the Unlicensed Hearse to be resolved more. So now they're not going to be able to do the Grease Fang thing. And since I know neither of you, Rich or Mike, will actually have played with really any of these new cards, let's explain. So the object of this deck is to, basically you're playing a Reanimator deck with the big combo being Grease Fang or Kiba Boss. At the beginning of combat on your turn, this thing returns a vehicle from your graveyard to the battlefield and it gains haste, but it gets bounced at the end of your turn. So what you want to do there is you put down a giant vehicle in your graveyard, be any discard outlet. So like blood tokens that discard a card to draw cards, those count. Any spells that let you draw cards and then discard cards, those totally count. And eventually, there's a 8-mana vehicle called Parhelion 2 that this deck wants to put into the graveyard. And you can... I will play one of these. In doing that, you'll be able to eventually have Grease Fang pick up the 8-drop for just 3 mana instead of 8. So you get to cheat on your mana really hard. And the equipment itself also happens to generate flyers, which my deck doesn't necessarily appreciate. I actually should counter this. Yes. So if I counter this, then they don't get the additional blood token. So what's happening now is that they're trying to put extra blood tokens on the table, because this thing creates a blood token and you sacrifice this card to give a creature -X, where X is double the blood tokens. And my Spectral Sailor that's drawing extra cards is a 3/3. So if they resolve a second one of these and they get 2 blood tokens, then they can kill anything with 4 toughness or less, which includes my Spectral Sailor, and I totally don't want that to happen. I don't mind the fact that they're attacking me for large amounts currently, because as long as I'm allowed to untap even once, then my plan is generally a lot better than anything they have access to. Because of things like that, I can just grab a counterspell and be very happy about my life. So let's attack here, and I'm aiming to see another protection spell of some sort. Something that costs 1. Not a land. Alright, go ahead. This man has unlimited knowledge. I think that's 2nd edition. Nice. What's up? Unlimited is, I think, technically 3rd, actually, but not the point. But either way, what's up, Seth? Nice to see, like, all y'all. So, the cool thing is, actually, I still work with all 3 of these guys, and it was a pretty good time for a couple of years. Like, I actively liked most of the things about that job. So, another Lord does it, but we don't have one. That's fine. So, I'm going to just attack for 4, take them down to 6 because I'm at 5, draw my card, keep up my blockers. And a Combat Research is not actually what I wanted here, but as long as I get to untap with creatures, I'm pretty happy. I will also play this. So now they don't have the ability to wear me out of resources. And if they want to try doing the thing, Portable Hole, that can take out my Spectral Sailor. Do I care about that? They can also take out an Unlicensed Hearse, but like, they're already not going to get the combo, really. So, yeah, I'm going to just let them take out my Spectral Sailor. That's fine. So, what are we looking to aim for here? It is, in fact, the Spectral Sailor. That's fine. So, now they got a couple of 2/4s, but neither of those 2/4s can compete with this, like, this 5/5 right here. Like, opponent, what? So, I'm just going to get to crew my 5/5, block, and if I need to grow it to a 6/6, I can eat my own card out of my graveyard, but, like, that did not accomplish what you wanted, opponent. And another Grease Fang. Here's a Lofty. So now if they have a Fatal Push, I suppose they can do something about that. But it looks like even though we misjudged the deck they were playing, I'm still going to be able to really just do the thing. Alright. So I'm just going to do this and attack with only one of these. Yeah. So I'm going to take them down to 4. knowing that they can't combo me, especially not with a counterspell, and oh my god, that's good. Yeah, this deck rocks. What up, Angel? Greetings from Brazil. How about the deck without Ascendant Spirit? I actually kind of like it. Which may sound a little blasphemous here, but I'm gonna sacrifice this Faceless Haven. And then, yeah, it's fine. Go away. So now my Flyers, yeah, perfect. I was gonna say, so now my Flyers are still alive. They're still stuck facing the same problem. Yeah, good stuff all around. Those were the days. I bet all four of us missed the 9:30 to 8:56. Okay, so honestly, you did bring up a good point though, and that's why I said most of the things about it, because that was like honestly like my biggest thing. It's just like honestly the job was fun. Like we all worked as pawnbrokers, and every day at the job was kind of an adventure, and that was a fairly good thing, especially when a lot of jobs are just like hyper monotonous and boring, and you know, like nobody wants to read the story about the postal worker who like jumped off of something high, you know, like that's just not a good time. But the pawn shop environment was definitely one where like you got to learn something new just about every day, and how many jobs can you really say that that's been a thing in your life, right? But man, working like 60-hour weeks every week, it kind of wears on you, especially like when you're not like 22. So yeah, blight step. Okay, so it looks like we're playing against Rakdos midrange, which to be fair, it was kind of time. I actually don't mind this. So here I can slip out the back if they want to do something like a Bone Crusher Giant targeting this, and then next turn I've got a counterspell for a Liliana. So like their curve of like kill something on 1, kill something on 2, kill something on 3 isn't really gonna work here. So I kind of hope they try to come at me now with another, dang it, I was gonna say with another oh, they are gonna do it now, sure. So I am going to rescue my friend, and I am also aware that this does take down my shield for Liliana with Geistlight Snare. So that was good for them. Oh, nice. So that was good for them, but ultimately I think I'm okay with that. Now that I have a Faceless Haven 2, if they play Liliana and tick up, I can discard a land that I don't actually care about. Another one? Opponent, chill. Opponent, chill. All 3 fatal pushes. Yikes. So, Angel, to answer your question, like, the deck without Ascendant Spirit has actually felt not bad. Oh my god, that's gonna rock so hard. So, this is actively really good for me. So whenever another spirit comes into play, this thing gets +1, and remember this thing doubles the damage off of these. So if they sacrifice this to deal with my creature that's currently a 2/2, I can flash this in, make my Mausoleum Wanderer a 3/3, and then it won't die. Oh my god, so if we get away with that, that's gonna be super sick. And it looks like that's exactly what's going to happen? Hell yeah, let's go. All right, so Spectral Sailor, make my friend a 3/3. If you have another removal spell, then whatever, so be it, you got me. But as it is, they just totally wasted an entire turn's worth of resource. Fable is important, but I don't care currently. Shacklegeist, now I just don't care at all. So I can make this a creature, attack, play Shacklegeist post-combat, and then I'll get to tap down this creature too, so that the text, whenever it attacks, you get a treasure token, doesn't even apply. So that'll be pretty nice. End turn. So now in their upkeep, I'm going to do this now. So they won't actually be able to really take advantage of much of anything this turn. Based off of commentary and predictions I'm seeing you make on your opponents, have you ever thought into offering coaching services? You know, it's actually really funny that you mentioned that, because I literally just set up like a whole like Patreon and everything, like not even kidding. Like I just put out a couple of articles in the last few days, so that, you know, people can check out all the insights and stuff and see what's going on, and really just is that all 4? That is all 4 fatal pushes. All right, opponent, you got it. So now do you have a land to actually play the Kroxa, or are we just kind of twiddling your thumbs? Damn it. We are not twiddling thumbs. Oh, a Chandra. So that's going to kill Shacklegeist? But Spectral Sailor can kill it on the way back. They go to 6. That's okay. Ugh, that's not. So maybe I should have actually just played the played a land to try to counterspell this, maybe. I don't know. I don't think that was terrible. Probably not optimal. I don't know. We'll find out. Like, if I get bodied because of that, then I did that to myself by just, like, moving a little too quickly there. But yeah, no, that is actually something that I do actively want to get into being able to offer. Is things like, you know, things like coaching, things like direct interaction with people, and not just like, you know, having like viewer only interactions where like sometimes like you'll be able to, is that a treasure? That's a treasure. So we're pretty much dead here. That sucks. All right, you got me. So let's see. I don't want any of these things. I want to take one of these out. I want to take out 2 mana counter spells. I'll take both of these out. But yeah, like there's like a whole line of things that I actually have kind of planned for the future. Like any kind of like coaching or Patreon things where people want to directly message me and ask questions about like either one of my lists, any articles, any topics that they want to see covered, things like that. I will be working a little harder at making those available. Like I said, I just put out a couple of articles that's like 5,000 or 6,000 words worth of theory on literally just sideboarding with this deck, and not even any of the other aspects of actually playing it. Like basically 2 full college graduate level essays on just sideboarding. So there's like a lot of content and stuff planned, and I actually don't hate this. So I'm not even really mad about the way that we lost that game, because like it took a lot. Like my opponent literally had to see all 4 fatal pushes and a Chandra and a Kroxa and all on time just to really be able to participate there. So the fact that we ended up like losing that game is kind of whatever. So I do like this though, because we saw Tenacious Underdog, which they probably shouldn't have shown us. Like, I understand getting the value out of your Fable, but if you were already like that far ahead in that game, I don't really know that my opponent should have actually shown me that card. Like, I don't think I should have seen it. So I'm gonna go ahead and do this. So I'm not gonna get to rescue my Mausoleum Wanderer this time, unless they could Liliana of the Veil and then use Nope, dang it. Oh, still works! Still works! Let's go! That still works! So I get to flash this in now. My Mausoleum Wanderer is gonna grow, and this Thoughtseize is gonna do them 2 damage and discard the only non-creature card in my hand, and it's still gonna trigger. Yo, let's freaking go! Hell yeah. So now I get to make a permanent whatever I want, and I actually want my permanent to just be Faceless Haven. That is actually kind of absurd for me. Holy shit, that is strong. So now I have an extra land on the table that can attack, ignores most of their removal. If they want to kill one of my flyers, that's fine, because I get to just attack with my others. Holy shit, that is strong. All right, so I will get rid of Thoughtseize here, and let's untap. So now this looks like a Bone Crusher Giant. Why'd you stop in my upkeep? It is. So this is actually good for me too, because I'm gonna get to just like pop this and counter this Bone Crusher Giant. Now that it doesn't have a target, they don't have access to the creature half either. So yeah, I don't really like that choice. Ooh. So let's tap, tap, Actually, no. I'm just gonna go ahead and attack normally. So, they can use their Blood Tithe Harvester to kill a creature if they want, but now I've got a counterspell and the ability to draw a card here. I think I like that better. Yeah, that Orvar was really sick for me. Oh, hell no. Get that out my face. Get that out my face. I am super uninterested in letting you do that. So they're not going to attack there, which is fine. So now my thing's going to go to a 3. Let's go, Magic the Gathering. Hell yeah. All right, so now I'm going to get to draw an extra card. Yeah, we have access to so many cards now. That's actually not that bad. It is not great, but if they want to prioritize killing Lantern Bearer with this, they are allowed to do that. Graveyard Trespasser will not have targets because of my Unlicensed Hearse. So, like, that doesn't actually do anything. So now I'm going to get to exile Orvar and Mausoleum Wanderer so that they have no creatures to feast on with this. So when this thing comes on the table or attacks every single time, it gets to exile cards from somebody's graveyard, and it doesn't matter whether it's mine or theirs. Either way, they're going to get to gain 1 life and I lose a life for each creature they do that way. So I'm going to get to play this to potentially protect. And I think I want to let you chill on defense? Yes. So I don't want to attack with these for 2 reasons. First, I could just draw another card I actually want to play. And if I do, then I'd rather not tap my mana for it. If instead I draw something I don't really want, that counts as a card I want to play. But now I still have 4 mana to draw a card with the Spectral Sailor too. So I'm currently looking not that bad. Blood Chief's Thirst on my Mausoleum Wanderer. I mean, allowed, I guess. So I do need to worry now about like other removal spells, since I no longer have my instant answer to instants and sorceries, and that's gonna count towards that purpose. Okay. And that especially sucks actually, because now I don't have access to like the back half of this card because of this. So what they're gonna get to do here is get an attack in, and I have to choose between letting them Draining Gain versus... No, this is fine. I'm just not going to let them get the life. So they're going to target my 2 creatures now. And I'm going to eat my creature in response so that they don't have any nice things. And I'm also going to turn this into a 5/4. So if the card in their hand now is exactly another removal spell for the Supreme Phantom, then I am just going to get got. But even if I get got, I'm still pretty far ahead. And it is a spell, so I am going to get got. That's fine. Oh, now it's even more fine. Alright, well, let's animate this. This is why we play so many of these effects. So I'm also going to animate this. So now you have to throw this away. Alright, sweet, they're off it. So now we get to go to game 3. And I'm going to keep my hand, or my deck, the same. I really like that. And of course we saw the Orvar. Oh my fucking god, that was a chef's kiss. So that's really funny that in the video before where we talked about this mono blue deck and a lot of the purposes for the cards in the main deck and the sideboard, I specifically highlighted this matchup as something that I wanted Orvar for. And the fact that it came through in like the most spectacular fashion is just super nice. Swamp, are we getting Thought Seized as well? We are, and that is a-okay with me. I've got 3 creatures, all of which I want, and a counter spell. And they only have 3 cards in hand because they mulliganed, so... Alright. And the best part about this is that I'm a little better at recouping cards than they are, because I get to have, like, this and pay 4 mana, draw a card. I can draw the aura that lets me draw a card. I can stop their key plays with counter spells. So this is not unwinnable for them, but it is looking pretty good for me. I want to Shacklegeist, or do I want a Supreme Phantom? I think I want a Supreme Phantom. So Supreme Phantom specifically dies to Fatal Push, as we saw, but it does not die to Bone Crusher Giant, and it looks like they're off it. Sick. So yeah, so far so good. So now we got to do, hey, lots of in-game rewards. Hooray. All right, next match. So now, let's see what we're playing against. Ugh, yikes. Much better. So here, I want to get rid of, I mean, honestly, none of these, but I guess Faceless Haven? No. Keep. It actually is a Supreme Phantom, wow. Alright, so the reason for that, Supreme Phantom obviously is very good, giving the +1s, right? But it is also the only card that actively walks me into shenanigans. Oh, well, that's good. And from here, Combat Research plus Rattle Chains is going to be like the way that I'm able to come back after a mulligan dealing with mono green. Because this deck is going to be really fast. I'm gonna... What? Nah. I mean, I think that was a not bad choice by my opponent, but if I can draw a Geistlight Snare here, that'd be actually wonderful. Nope. Okay. This is gonna get difficult. So, like, an actual counterspell or two... Okay. I mean, yes, we knew that was an option, but man. So now, how do we get out of this? I think the answer might actually be we don't. So, luckily, unlike Curious Obsession, I don't have to attack with Combat Research. There is no such thing as, you know, this creature... Is that a Golos in their deck? Oh god, they found the Karn. What does Karn get against this deck? I don't know what Karn gets in this format. Oh, they just grab Battle Boat anyway, okay. Sure, so it's the same stuff. Wolf Willow Haven again. So that land is going to untap for a freaking million. No block. So how do I get out of this? Can I phase you out, play Rattle Chains, untap, kill Karn? Only players. Yeah, I think that's what I got to try to do. So, because I'm just like not beating a Battle Boat anyway. So I'm going to try this and see what I can draw. A Supreme Phantom is medium helpful because it lets Rattle Chains kill Karn by itself. So I still get to draw a card. Hopefully it's a counter spell, but like they have what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I actually can't counter Battle Boat unless I see exactly a Lofty Denial, and that wasn't it. So I'm just looking at dead here, because they can do this, kill the Mausoleum Wanderer, and this won't save it even though it's got Flash. Yeah. Alright, that sucks. Next game. So here I want Aether Gusts and Witness Protections, not Mystical Disputes. I don't particularly want the Lofty Denials, and where's my Slip Out the Backs? Don't really want these, because they don't really play removal, so Slip Out the Back isn't actually protecting anything. And then the last couple of cards I want to take out here will be Geistlight Snare, because it's so easy for this deck to just like outpace cards like Geistlight Snare, because you know, the deck that makes 15 mana doesn't really care if you play a card that says counter unless you pay 3. Like, that's just not an angle of attack they really give a shit about. So, oh, come on. You know what? That actually is half of a plan. It's bad, but like, I'm on the play, so like, this in theory can actually draw me relevant cards. It's not a good plan, but it is technically a plan. And assuming, is Skylasher legal here? No. Ceratops is, they can cast Run Afoul to make me sacrifice this? That's a thing they have access to? Okay, so I actively really like the Aether Gust here, because I just really need to just be able to buy turns against this deck so that I'm able to just start getting oppressive. And this means that if they do sneak through something like, say, a Cavalier of Thorns or whatever, then at least I can witness a protection that to like make their life a little miserable. So, ooh, I have to think now. So they can put 2/1 counters on this and make it a 3/3. After that, they can use it to deal 3 to Shacklegeist, so it's a two-turn solution to this. Or I could just do this and make them cast it all over again. I think I'm going to make them cast it all over again. So, they put it back on top. Okay, noted. So I want to do this, and I do want to cast Supreme Phantom here. Yeah. So, let's see what I draw. If I draw another creature, I'm going to play it and tap down this. It is not a creature, which means I'm actually going to do this and make them play a little more honest Magic. Okay, so they do still have access to the Vivian, which is annoying, but it is what it is. Wolf Willow Haven, okay, so we're not worried about that anymore. We're just developing mana, which is fine because I've... Oh, nice. Because I've already gotten what I wanted out of... really out of, like, all of these turns here. Can I draw one more creature? No. And a Geistlight Snare doesn't really stop much. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So if they play a land next turn, I can counter any 5-drop or better. If not, I can counter a 4-drop. Absolutely not. Get that the hell out my face. Okay, good. They're off it. Jesus. Yeah, no. Storm the Festival is really good. So, again, that card, what it does is it costs 6, and you look at the top 5 cards of your deck, and you put any 2 cards that cost 5 or less directly onto the table. So that is just not a card I really want to deal with from them. On the draw, I make no changes. No changes. We'll just keep this exactly as it is. Sick draw, right? Yeah, no, like sometimes you gotta make up for the bad draws, right? Because like, to be fair, we did mulligan into a hand with 5 lands and just like, oh wow, that's almost exactly as we draw it up. Hell yeah. That is actively very good. So here's an elf, you got it. And, ooh. I actually will do this. Because, like, they just mulliganed. So for all I know, their hand might really be leaning on this. And if it's not, then so what? Okay. So they are still going to be able to cast, like, a Karn or something next turn, which is kind of obnoxious. But if they cast something I super care about, I've got 2 Aether Gusts. And if they cast something I don't care about as much, is that worth countering? I could Spectral Sailor and then not care about this as much. There is no Nykthos to untap with this, and I can Aether Gust relevant spells next turn. So I'm actually just going to let that slide. So this way, if they try to cast like, I don't know, oh, these or whatever, you can have that attack. But I do want to watch out for Run Afoul, but I don't think I can play around that. So I'm just going to cast this and see what happens. Okay, nothing. I do like it when nothing happens to my nice things. So now I'm going to be able to attack them, draw my card, start developing my game plan. And then I've got double Aether Gust if they are looking to play any big creatures to pair with this. So that plays really nicely. And now that I drew a land here, I can play this, threaten to attack for good with this land too. And then Shacklegeist can keep this elf tapped for anything. Yeah, fuck no. Get that out of my face. So if they put this back on top, then that's still fine. All right. So once again, I will not be attacking their Planeswalker. We are past the point that I care about that. I want to draw a card. I want to play my Shacklegeist and simply Aether Gust Anissa again. Yeah. And now next turn, I can develop Supreme Phantom on top of this and then just like start getting really good attacks in. Yeah, I like that. Let's do that. All right. Once again, I'm asking you to get the hell out of my face. All right, so this is going back on top for another go round. So what do I want to do here? I can not kill Kiora without playing a Lord and forfeiting my card draw for the turn. So I think what I want to do... Oh, that's a lie. No, that's a lie. That's a lie. That's a lie. So what I can do here is activate my cards. And then this has Vigilance. So what I'll be able to do is attack face, attack Kiora here. But I can stop after attackers. And before they can block, I can tap this with this and this. So now Kiora's going to die. I still get to draw a card. All right, cool. I'll take that. And hopefully this means that Nis is uncastable too. Okay, fine. So you just had another Kiora. Honestly, that's whatever, because now I'm super far ahead and I've got a Supreme Phantom on the way. So if they, yeah, I was gonna say, oh my freaking God, or we just get everything. I do like it when we have access to everything. So I'm gonna do this, this, and I'm not going to want to attack here because I still want my Aether Gust mana to be live. So I'm just gonna attack you for 10. I don't know, hold this. If I draw Witness Protection, I will play that. That's not it. Okay. So yeah, we're looking pretty okay with the third Aether Gust here. And to be fair, it would have been the same story had we seen like a Lofty Denial or something. But all things considered, that was pretty sweet too. Man. So, I mean, I don't know. Y'all can see exactly why I like this deck so much. What? Oh, more stuff. So now let's go back over it and then kind of see what ended up happening here before kind of closing out for the day. So, sweet game. I agree. Like, we got to do a lot of really cool stuff there. And we actually got to use pretty much everything we wanted to today as well. Like, we got to have Lantern Bearer attack over creatures that didn't have flying, and it was relevant a couple of times, right? Like, we saw opponents who played cards like Llanowar Elves, Elvish Mystic, we saw Blood Tithe Harvesters, Kiki Jiki tokens, all kinds of stuff that Ascendant Spirit would not have been able to attack through. But Lantern Bearer, whatever, cool. It got to do its job just fine. And I think that's going to be something that I want to consider in the future when I continue to like play this, right? I actually think I like not playing Ascendant Spirit. That might end up being a thing that I just continue to do, not just like for this week, but just period. And because Lantern Bearer is a flyer, it makes my Lofty Denials a lot better than they otherwise would have been with Ascendant Spirit. Because, you know, sometimes it comes up where Ascendant Spirit is your only surviving threat, but a Lofty Denial can't counter a key spell like, say, I don't know, a Teferi. Instead, they're able to just pay the 1 and keep it moving because you have a non-flyer. So Lantern Bearer gives you a little bit more of a chance to be able to proc your Lofty, and I think that makes it just a much more valuable card overall. We also, of course, get to keep this, but now that we have 6 enchantments in the main instead of just 4, it's so much more likely that this is going to be costing 1 instead of 2 that I really love this card. This is good. All of these things were great. Slip Out the Backs were excellent against mono black. Against black red mid range, and also against Greasefang. Like, they, for our purposes, have a lot of the same removal types, so Slip Out the Back is fairly excellent there, except this has even more upside against Greasefang, but that's kind of an easy match. The only thing I think I might change in this list is that, unlike Pioneer, I am currently not trying to play a copy of Nebelgast Herald in this deck, and that might change. Like, I might take out like one of these lands and one of these Combat Researches to play exactly 2 Nebelgast Heralds. I really like that card. And if it's not Nebelgast Herald, it might be Brazen Borrower. But I do want at least one of those 2 threats to help control the battlefield a little bit more. Just because, like, we're already good enough against spells, right? Like, we have counter spells, we have things to stop removal, we have more counter spells in the form of our creatures, we have more ways to evade removal. So I think we're set on spells, and instead we want to work on controlling things that are directly on the battlefield. And Nebelgast Herald or Brazen Borrower, I think those are going to be exactly the way to help do that. So I'm going to get off for now and look for somebody to raid over on Twitch as well. But what we're going to do here is just make sure that we have just sweet ways to enable the deck to do its own thing in the future too. So if there's any point in time that I want to, I don't know, let's see, just focus on missing Cerulean Drake for mono red. It's not missing, I just didn't choose to play it. So my flex spot, if you will, like, I do have 3 Aether Gusts, which are a big help against that deck. But I'm playing all 4 Witness Protections, and then 2 copies of Orvar for the mid-range decks, like the Liliana decks. And these spots could certainly be Cerulean Drake, or even Aether Sphere Harvester. I almost said Aether Tide. Or even Aether Sphere Harvester. So, like, either way, there are totally options available, and I happen to just go, fuck it, if I play against mono red, I play against mono red. So, like, you know, you only get 15 sideboard spots. But what I wanted to do more here is, I'll even pull this up actually. So if I pull this up, we can go into what the meta looks like for Pioneer, and we'll see that mono red is clearly not a good matchup, but it is also only 4.5% of the meta, and I didn't really want to devote 2 or 3 sideboard spots to a deck that I'm statistically likely to play only 1 match out of 25. So, like, if you're playing at like your local Friday Night Magic tournament or whatever, oh, I'm sorry, I should probably scroll a little bit down so you can see that better, or just move me over. There, I'll move over here. So yeah, we see like mono red aggro is only 4.5% of the metagame. So I don't really think it's super reasonable to devote multiple sideboard spots to a deck that you're only likely to face once out of every 25 matches. That's not even once a tournament, right? So I just said, fuck it, if I play against mono red, I play against mono red. But instead, I wanted to focus more on the decks that I'm much more likely to play, like, for example, Rakdos midrange and like Greasefang, decks that play Liliana. These are going to be just these 2 versions of these decks combined make up 22% of the meta, so more than 1 out of every 5 matches. And that's where I wanted to devote my sideboard spots to. Like, we're already pretty good against Azorius Control. We already have Witness Protection, other things that have the ability to help against humans, and that becomes even more the case if I do play Nebelgast Heralds against this deck. Boros aggro is really weak to Shacklegeist and Nebelgast Herald, so I don't really know that we need super big amounts of additional help there, but also the 4 copies of Witness Protection are pretty good. Like, the Phoenix deck doesn't exist on Explorer. Bant Spirits might as well not exist on Explorer because there is Collect a Company, but there is no Selfless Spirit and no Spell Queller. So this deck doesn't really need to be considered. These decks, I'm sorry, the Jund Sacrifice decks, this is annoying. Mayhem Devil sucks. But we just faced that earlier and we got to see like some ways to play around that, right? Like keep Mayhem Devil off the table, you keep attacking in the air, you make them devote their resources to trying to survive rather than kill your things, and it works out just fine. And then, well, we all saw what just happened to the ramp deck. So the fact that we're able to really efficiently navigate a lot of these matchups by just having like the extra 2 sideboard cards for like the most popular decks, and then like just saying like, who cares if I play this once or twice, then I'm okay with that trade-off, right? So that's why I built the deck like this. But like I said, if you're playing at your local Friday Night Magic and you see like 8 mono red decks out of the 30 people there, then yeah, play Cerulean Drake. But that's not the environment that I'm playing in, so I decided to not make that same choice. But that's going to be it for today. I'm going to look for somebody to raid over on Twitch. And for everybody on YouTube, make sure we go ahead and check out... Oh, nobody I follow is live right now. All right, well, I tried. Worth a shot. So it looks like there's not going to be anybody to raid, so we will just go ahead and end the stream here. For anybody on YouTube, there is a video today with me playing more matches of this deck with just self-commentary. And yeah, always more content lined up. Look for more stuff later this week. And sneak preview, I guess. We're setting up a second channel too with a lot of more general gaming advice. So be on the lookout for that. I've got some stuff scripted up, some people to kind of help with projects, and it should be a lot of fun. So I look forward to speaking with y'all later. I will announce on Twitter when I go ahead and stream next. So that'll be it for today, and I will see y'all on the next one.